we're going to be checking out No Man's Sky. They just had their big update for the Xeno Arena, which people have been jokingly referring to as No Man's Pokemon. It did just get announced like hours ago today. So we don't really know a whole lot going out, but apparently the idea is those random animals that you've always been able, well, not always, that you've eventually been able to catch and like keep them as pets and feed them and all that. They decided, well, you get to fight them now, in a turn-based thing. We can apparently challenge other players. I'm probably not going to do that because I don't want to interact with other people, because why would I do that? Nintendo lawyer baiting updates. No, it'll be okay. They won't be put into a ball. As long as they're not put into a ball, it's probably fine. Or alien life form, so I'm assuming that'll be like you could challenge other people. I'm curious if it'll be like just any random person. You'll just run around and just like walk up to some random Gek and be like, hey, you, me, creature battle. Um, but yeah, so it's gonna be apparently like it's gonna consider like size and strength and climate. I don't know what any of that's going to matter, because I didn't look up anything about this before. Like, I had shared on the Discord the like brief write up of it, and it was a whole bunch long. I'm like, all right, so it's No Man's Sky Pokemon. We'll get into it. We'll learn it as we go. Um, and yeah, we also have different attacks, healing abilities, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what the genetic modifications are going to be, but we'll figure all that out. So with that said, we're of course messing with an update that has been untested and unproven. We're going to immediately go into a permadeath run, because that's exactly how we're going to approach this, because we make good decisions. To be fair, if this permadeath run dies, we'll just go back to our non-permadeath save, and I probably won't do a big permadeath run again in the game. Like, I've had fun with this, doing literally everything, but starting all over to redo all that work. There would have to be a very compelling reason. Okay. So, as I've not played in a little while, I gotta remind myself the controls. You got the exosuit stuff. Right, it was escape was our missions. What do we even have going on? There was a thing for heavyweight sentinels, creature experiment sought, cull creatures. Okay, so we got a bunch of these missions, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of these random missions we accept. Destroy merchant freighters. Right, so that was where we were right, we had been doing crimes for the that stuff. We have biological infestation detected in one of our settlements, and a management situation they aren't. Okay, so we'll start with that. Let's go ahead. I think I'm on my freighter right now. Okay, we're not getting the choice to teleport. Let's play it safe. Yeah, what is this? Oh, was that a, There's our capital ship. Was I docked in one of my frigates? Either way, let's go ahead and dock up here real fast. I'm also gonna check to make sure the game's music's on, because we are still seeing, like, no music. Let me just get into our freighter first, just so I don't have to worry about prompts. Okay. Let's go options, general. See what that does. Alright. So trying to remember what half of our stuff was. So that's not out. This is the way we're going. Yeah, so do a quick check on our bases real fast, and then we're going to see about these creature battle stuff. Alright, so fleet command online, calibrating. So you debrief the commander to see what our results were. So he forcibly removed pirates and confiscated their stuff. So he gained a bounty of magnetized ferrite. We got an oversized canister link. We got 330 indium. We got 335,000 credits, 317,000 credits, 307,000 credits, 337,000 credits. We're getting a lot of money. Nitrogen salt. Yeah, so all in all, we got ourselves a big old pile of cash and some nitrogen salt. Why can it not work? That's weird. I'm imagining the server, or not servers, I'm imagining like all the instancing and all that's getting a little overwhelmed. Okay. Do I have fuel for an expedition? I also don't remember what ships we have. Okay, so I've got some ships that are critically damaged. We got the pirate battleship. Okay, so I'll just send out the pirate battleship to do work for me. Okay. So we can go to our teleporter real fast. I'm like catching on random terrain or something. Alright, so we want to go to our settlements. But then we gotta see what's going on with this battle stuff or whatever. Because I do believe we have a creature or two. Because I think I had to do that for expedition reasons. They did also increase your creature limit. Because it was like 15 or something like that. I think they made it like 30 or 45 or something like that. Okay, view policy decision. Alright, so there's several research opportunities that have arisen, but our resident philosophers are divided. Should we invest in developing new industrial technology or direct towards bolstering anti-sentinel systems? Will increase productivity before a negative thing can happen. Chuck the output over there. You had to buy additional ones with nanites? Yeah. I'm getting some frame stutters going on right now. Okay, that's an A rank. Upgrade unavailable. Yes, those are S rank. S rank. S rank. Oh, we have something under construction over here. Okay, because I figure we'll just give these a kick. So reopen our building. We got an A rank docking port. And now it's upgrading to S rank. Okay, so now we can rush over here and we'll teleport to our other settlement and do that nonsense real fast. And then we're gonna figure out these battle things. Oh good, it's $10 million deficit. That's great. Because it was still being constructed to get it to a positive when we last played. Thank you, Sniper, for the 70 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Resolve citizen dispute. Okay. A merchant, citizen Duja, is in a dispute with a customer. Concerns hyperspace monitor which exploded shortly after purchase. However, they insist they disclose all the details during comprehensive demonstration. Okay. So we can collect a fine to reduce our debt. We can assign to sewer duty to reduce maintenance. We can banish them or quit and release. I'm going to put them on sewer duty. Okay. Yeah, so we're still a ways from being profitable. Okay, that's the weapon I have, apparently. The good thing about the Vile Brood event is the Vile Brood event on this thing. It's usually pretty easy because it gets caught up on the buildings. Because you'll get this one and sometimes you'll get the Sentinel ones. The Sentinel ones are a lot more dangerous. Even then, they tend to be relatively manageable. It's not like going out and fighting the actual dangerous targets. I definitely need to upgrade this weapon more. Which is one of the things we were working on last time, is our staff needs to be ranked up a lot more, and our ship, we believe we made really good progress in ranking up the last time. I think that's where we put a lot of our focus, was on our ship the last one. Okay, we can open this building here. There's the hydroponics bay. Because every one of these times we upgrade one of these buildings, it will give the place a little bit more productivity. It does increase your maintenance as well, but the productivity usually should be upgraded by a lot more. So you'd require dirt I don't have. And what do you want me to do over here that's your prompt? You don't say anything. Because I honestly don't really care that much about what building I'm upgrading, as long as I've got a building upgrading. So where's the one odd building out here? No, that's not it. I've had a lot more difficulty navigating this settlement than my other one. We've got to be careful because this planet has hostile sentinels. That building over here might be my base. Or not. Nope. It almost feels like they need an icon that just stays here to be like, hey man, this is where your teleport and all that's located in the base. I do remember it's got a little bit of an aesthetic difference in the rest of the settlement. It's not going to be it. I just want to leave. Definitely not it. That's definitely not it. I think maybe this one? It's not that one. It's not this one. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, I'm a little not super happy with like how indistinguishable a lot of them are. Okay, so let's go to our freighter. Isn't there a craftable flag or something for that purpose? There might be that I'm just blissfully unaware of. Because the other settlement, you know, like once in a while I'll get turned around, certainly. But that one, like the main building, looks so much like all the other buildings. Okay, so we did our quick rounds of checking out our settlements, making sure everything's good there. We'll deal with the plundering of freighters later. You're fine there. Replace the missing device. The Sentinel Flare is a specialist device created by whatever. Its primary thing is to hail your repaired Sentinel drone. Okay. Right, because we're probably going to need... As they're probably going to need to go to the anomaly for all this stuff anyways, would be my guess. So let's get to the anomaly. And I could check from there. Because this quest I don't remember having. I'm not super worried about getting the thing, but we can check while we're in here about this battle stuff. Because I'm assuming with it, like, in the game, I'm assuming we have to bring out our pet and just talk to other people, like, not other players, you could do that. And like battle them, but I'm not sure if there's like a leveling mechanic or any of that, because I didn't read the whole write-up, which is a deliberate choice. I like to discover the things in game, and I think it's also important to approach it in that manner because, you know, if you go to play a year from now when we've had multiple updates, like you're not gonna go back and read the last 10 releases, all that stuff. Yeah, nuts. I figures it'd be in here somewhere. What is up with your icon? All right. Yeah, I want to say there was something about there was a new person to interact with in here somewhere. And maybe that's what this is about, is to get me walking back over here. This could be something because we got separated. This seems to sense something is amiss. They squint at you suspiciously. Request a new Sentinel Flare. What do you mean? You lost it? Actually, I'm not sure I want to know. Just take this replacement and keep it safe this time. Alright. I feel like the music is a smidge loud. A specialist device created by its primary function is to hail the reconstructed Sentinel drone. Okay. Have you kept your little project safe out there, traveler? The Metal Watchers may try to reclaim their lost drone. Stay vigilant, keep your multi-tool hot. If you have walker brains in that pack of yours, I'll take them off your hand. Or if you require a radiant brain, I found a way to streamline the upgrade. I'm pretty sure I don't have a walker brain right now. Or I have 3. It gave me a crap quality plasma launcher for an upgrade. A walker brain. That was not worth it. Alright, so nothing new back here. Let's check back in this room where there's all the blueprint stuff for nanites. Should probably also check make sure there's no sneaky upgrades in here. They've done that with some of these updates in the past, is they'll have upgrades in these areas, and sometimes they're really obvious and you can spot them. Other times you'll just go around, it's like, oh wait, there's a whole new thing here. Oh, meanwhile, while we're in the neighborhood, I'll take the inventory slot if you don't mind. And if you do mind, I'll still take it. Okay, nothing new with the exosuit. So we got tons of salvage data. Lots of decorations. The fossil displays. The switches, the planters. Aesthetic walls and all that. Large prefabs, small prefabs, technology. Either way, it's not there. That leaves just you, which is almost certainly not going to be anything. Yep, okay, so no upgrades that we're seeing up here. Alright. Let's check over here. So this is where we could sequence our eggs. That's their chef dude. You give me stuff for advancement things. I don't recognize this area here, but there's no one at it. There's nothing up there. It's interesting. I don't remember being able to walk behind them. Turn-based battles. Blub, blub, blub. The traveler is completely absorbed in their datapad, flicking through detailed-looking register of fauna. They do not notice my apprentice. Request training battle. Alright. No creatures selected. Okay. So that's where we would actually do the battle. Alright, so let's see creatures. Companion register over here. Oh, that's a problem there, isn't it? I have no creatures. I feel mildly like this is my fault. Alright. So, it sounds like what I need to do is I need to go capture a couple of creatures and get them added to my loadout. It looks like it's teams of 3. So we're not going to put any strategy into this because we don't know any of the rules or concepts or anything like that. So I think the plan is find planet, land on planet, find random critter to harass. Harass critter. Ooh, wait. What the heck was it for animal food? So, animal food. Wait, what the heck are you? Oh. This permadeath? It better. You have to do like Pokemon, but if you lose your Pokemon. So creature pelts. Ah, it's just carbon. Okay, so what do we got in this system? So this system is our pirate system. We actually haven't checked out any of these planets. So we're going to do a little bit of detour from what we were doing the last time. So we've got an activated copper desert planet. A second desert planet. A rainy planet. Let's get to the other side of this one so I can scan that moon. And an erupting planet. So the erupting planet probably doesn't have life forms on it. Sure, why not? We'll start with the erupting planet, and we're gonna go check for life forms. And we're basically looking for just getting a team of 3 not directly similar life forms, because we gotta. No, I don't care about this. I'm gonna lower the music volume again here in a moment. You steal a bit on the loud side. Alright, so check out the erupting planet. I'm expecting to land, well, to hot drop down and find nothing we care about. But I'd like to check. Or, as an alternative... Okay, hold that thought. What if... I believe we have 2 bases. We have the one base at the bottom of everything, and you've got our one paradise base. Instead of going and exploring some random other planet, let's go to our home turf and find a couple of animals to represent our home. That way we can, lord superiority of our own home brewed animals and talk about how much better they are than everyone else. Be completely insufferable and narcissistic while also probably doing horrifically bad because they aren't actually better than anyone else's. But we won't let that stop us. If it's a glitch planet, you need batteries to feed them. Because I want to say the 2 bases we have is the bottom of everything, and wherever the heck we named the other one. Also, these are complaining about being damaged, and I feel like I need to be more active in their repair. I don't want to deal with it, actually. We're just gonna go to our ship. I'll wait until it prevents me from actually doing something. Okay. I believe on our... Well, actually, I won't be able to check those easily. I was gonna say, I believe on our, on the planets we built our home on everything. Yeah, it's so weird. I keep getting stuck on, like, invisible terrain or whatever. Alright, so we have our bases. So we've got the bottom of everything. And Bluegrass Hills. Well, actually, with the nanite slots, why not we go, and we're going to get a creature from the bottom of everything. We're going to get a creature from Bluegrass Hills. We'll get a creature from the awful brood planet that our mechs are on. Basically go to each places we have a presence in, which should give me 4 creatures. So we can swap one out. Okay. So, first contestant, Bluegrass Hills. Oh, right, I need to illegal. Because one of my things for doing for the pirate faction is to smuggle. And I believe that alone counts as smuggling. If I just take that and go like that. Alright, so what I was going to do is discoveries, fauna. We have our contestants here. We got weird looking creepy jellyfish thing. We got regular old bug looking thing. We've got whatever that is. We got raptor looking thing. We got burb. We got you. Okay, so of the ones here, I could see getting the creepy jellyfish thing, because that's a weird creature. Or whatever that thing is. Let's see if we can't find one of the 2 of those. I actually have no idea how we'd be able to make the bird thing one of our pets. There we go. Interacting with life forms. Creatures can be fed directly via the creature selection menu. Bait or throw menu to calm predators. Feeding predators gains their trust and allows them to be adopted. Adopt a creature to gain constant companionship. Oh, you've got a weird mechanical backpack thing. Okay, give you a treat. Gentle pat. Customize appearance. It's interesting that they have these little backpacks you can give them. Oh, let's check, because alright, so I wasn't able to rename it here. It's almost like this creature is not the greatest creature for traveling as a mount. Alright. So we can get an evolve thing, and we can induce egg and all that as well. Not that I'm aware of. Let's check the creature panel here. So we got... Okay, so it is a tropical creature. It has a fairly high gentleness of 80%, a 16% cheekiness, and a 52% free-spirited. Its gender is asymmetric. It is mature. It's a biggin. It's from a verdant planet and has 65% trust. Great Gooper the Third. Alright, so you've got our first contestant here. So what I want to do now is we got a creature to represent our verdant planet. So that as we may go, we can demonstrate the best of the best from our verdant planet. Let's go to our base computer here. We're going to go bases. And this is going to be the tricky, dangerous one. The bottom of everything. Because the first thing I want to do is hop in my Nautilus and go to the surface. So that we don't die of crushing forces. Okay. So who do we have here creature-wise? So I've got the Ebony Seahorse, the Glorious Existential Crisis, the Full Seafood Platter, or the Perfectly Normal Squid. Ooh. So we do have the Glorious Existential Crisis, which is an adorable, wonderful-looking fish. That is well aware that there is civilization beyond the seas that it will never see. We've got the Ebony Seahorse. Apparently these creatures know nothing other than fight, flee, and consume. Looks like someone just glued extra fins on a normal fish. Yep. I'm leaning towards the Ebony Seahorse. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just recharging all of my systems real fast. Because it's an incredibly dangerous planet. We're gonna go all the way up to the surface and see if we can't find ourselves one of the Ebony Seahorses to represent the Great Depths. Because, like, the squid is probably the most cool creature here just on its own, but it's just a standard squid you see on, like, all the planets. Not all, but a lot of the planets. Versus, like, the seahorse is kind of, kind of unique in the fact that it's, like, this weird bony-looking seahorse. Hey, Robbie, man, how's it going? So you didn't catch. We down there. But that's the base we were slowly working on building up when we last played as like our main base, because of course I want to live on the most dangerous place we could find, or rather a super dangerous place. Because that's just what you do with permadeath, is you just tempt fate. That's like another squid. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so from here... That's the shrimp. That's more of the shrimp. More of the creepy shrimp. Oh, literally we just started? Yep. We have what's effectively right now No Man's Pokemon. We can capture creatures and battle them against each other and all sorts of stuff like that. And so what I'm doing is to get my creatures, because I just realized when we started I didn't have any extra creatures, is I'm going to each of the planets we've got a base or a settlement, and we're going to catch one creature from each one. It's a perfectly normal squid. Ebony seahorse, that's what we're after. Oh, can I not feed you? Ah, we might not be able to do underwater creatures. Okay. So sadly, it seems like my plan at the bottom of the everything is not going to work. That the bottom of everything creatures are all deep sea creatures, and it doesn't look like I could feed them pellets to make them friends. How does the creature survey thing work? Creature survey thing in which regard? Do you mean like the normal like survey thing we've had in the game where you scan all the creatures in the planet or whatever? Because if you're going by like the entire list of everything that was documented, I didn't go through the whole list because I wanted to go and kind of, I just got the idea of what the update is and wanting to figure it out. Because generally speaking, most of the people are going to play, they're not going to have seen that whole like update disclosure yada yada. They'll hop in later when that verbiage isn't there. And so I do like to present this from all that. They added a new mode. Interesting. I have not seen it yet. They do have the animal battle, and that's what we're actually trying to do right now, is I'm trying to get a team of animals to do the animal battle, because I actually didn't have any spare creatures just laying around. Yeah, we'll see what we can figure out. Right now, I'm trying to get a handful of creatures. Alright, so we'll go to our settlements next. Because I want to get one creature from each planet that we have. This works out because it looks like the fighting is, at least from what we saw from the anomaly, was a group of 3-on-3. So I just was like, okay, I need to get 3. So we got a goopy hoppy thing from the first planet, or Verdant planet. Which it told us it was tropical and all that kind of stuff. So this one's going to be a little tricky because the Sentinels are aggressive on this planet. So with this planet, we haven't discovered all the fauna yet. So we've got a stick with bat wings. Whatever that's supposed to be. and a flying worm. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the worm. I'm curious how it's going to go try and defeat it, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, so if it's a scanner-based thing, I'm not seeing any differences on my scanner. Huh. So there's the worms. It gives a pop-up on the right saying the creature's stats. Guess it doesn't tell me anything with them. Ow. Stop it. Yeah, I tried to check here real fast to see if there was something new for the multi-tool or whatever. I didn't see anything. It's a scan harmonizer, that's not what we're looking for. The combat scope's not it. So yeah, but there's been no, like, it hasn't given me any quest objectives or anything like that. So the only... Yeah, I don't know. Because so far, I'm not seeing anything different. Yeah, it's a thing. The new guy, when I walked up to him, he was just like, do you want to battle 3-on-3? And I didn't have any creatures. So it could be I just needed to have 3 creatures and give that a go. Yeah, I'd like to do the flying ones, but I don't see how I'm getting to them. Well, that's the thing, we're way down here, I could throw the pelt and just draw it the whole way down. Okay, so directly below them. Yeah, so they're too high up there for me to be able to reach. Let me get a creature I haven't discovered yet. Yeah, so it's likely there is some thing that starts this whole thing that we haven't found yet. And it could be that I need to get my 3 creatures and go to the guy, do the training battle. Yeah, that's exactly what we're thinking. So I just need to get myself 3 creatures because unfortunately I don't have 3 creatures. You're still too high up. I'm certainly going to put all this effort in and we'll just discover these flying worm things are terrible, but, you know, there is only one way to find out. Wild Rual has appeared? Yes. Hey, Zalsol, how's it going? Go away, don't want to deal with the sentinels. Yeah, the ones that were about 70 were already kind of pushing the very limit on how high I might be able to go. No, it's not even close. Because now I'd have to get up there, I have to actually hold my height with them for a couple of seconds to give them the food. Okay. Build a tower? Well, that's the thing. To build a tower, I have to put down a base computer, and then after the base computer, I have to take the time to actually build the tower and do all that. It's possible that might just be what I end up doing. I just kind of don't want to go through the process of doing the whole confirming a location, doing that whole bit. If I have to, I have to. Because those do seem to be staying around where they're at right now. Alright, terrain manipulation. That is fair. I've not had the need to do it this way at all. Okay. Let's make sure I actually have more pellets before we try and do this jump. I better still have pellets left. Okay, quick. That's interesting. Quick thing you need to test real fast. Because looks like I don't actually have pellets on me. Alright. No problem, Bentley. If it's not your jam, it's not your jam. I know we do have a lot of people in the community who do like it, but no game is going to be something everyone wants. And thank you, Rongor, for the 250 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay, where did you go? Those ones over there are too far, but I had one or two that were looming nearby me. And then I realized I still don't have pellets on me. Okay, you way over here. Yeah, they're not tameable, it's whatever. I mean, honestly, if I get over here and I miss taming them, at this point, getting back up on this platform is more effort than it's worth. Stop. Stop running away. Stop going literally directly away from me. You suckworm thing. Yeah, it seems like they immediately turn straight away from me. Yet I can't feed these things. Let's see if I am able to like climb this really fast or if it's gonna be a whole thing. Yep, I'm gonna guess non-tameable. Because it do fly directly away and I got close enough to its head I would have expected to see the prompt. So with that said, what is our plan B with those not being an option? So the flying creatures and the water creatures seem to be a no-go. Those things aren't too exciting. Those things aren't too exciting. The nightmare goop thing we already have. We'll grab one of these. Because the other creatures aren't nearly as interesting, so whatever. Put some platforms on the pellets up there. We can try that. Because definitely of the creatures on this planet, those things are the most interesting by a pretty fair margin. The other downside is I'm slowly running out of the materials to recharge my stuff. Well, the goop plant, the thing is I already have a goop creature. That's the reason I'm not going for another. It's not the same goop creature, but it is another vaguely goopy creature. Okay. So you're stressed. Gently pet. Give that. Cool. And we'll want to go... Actually, let's get back to base before I use up all my uranium recharging my defenses. What's the third icon? Third icon on what, sorry? Because right now I'm kind of trying, because again, we're permadeath, so I don't want to be out there taking hits because my defenses go down. So let's run back over here real quick. Alright. Head interaction. Give me a moment, and we'll check it. I think the building to my right might be the main building. So you need a Amino chamber. Okay. Yeah, so there's the genetic thing, which I think is new. We haven't been able to do anything with that. I think that's its health and how well fed it is. But I think the genetic thing is like when you can do new eggs, that kind of stuff. Alright, nevertheless, that's our creature from this planet. So let's go to our settlements. We can go check the other one. Alright, well, before we wander out here, let's take a quick look at the local stuff. I keep right-clicking to unselect things, and that's not how it works. Just a tentacle. Just a straight-up tentacle. You know which one we're getting. Clicking in and out of window real fast because I had my mouse cursor showing up in the middle. And there's one right there. Yeah, unfortunately it's not giving me an interaction. Why does No Man's Sky hate fun? Come on, devs. Why do you hate fun? Why won't you let me have the flying worm or the tentacles or any of the really cool things? Yeah, there are two underground ones. I'll peek in this underground spot for just a second. If we see it right away, we can check out what it is. But if it looks like it's going to take me a minute, we'll move on to a different creature. Because underground can be pretty frustrating to try and locate at times. Just getting a bunch of carbon since you're running a little low. Yeah, I could go for the crab as well. One of the only reasons I wasn't grabbing the crab is the crabs look kind of a dime a dozen in the world. That they all kind of look very, very samey. I say as that's mostly also true of the Skyworm thing. Okay. View genetic. Oh, okay. Okay. Weird. We'll have to look at all that again. Yeah, so you're an A rank. You're a C rank. How much is it for more pet slots? The last one I got was... Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be 2,500 nanites. It does look like they're going to add up pretty quickly. Gently pat. Give treats. Customize. Alright, but regardless, let's go ahead now and teleport back out of here. Yep. Yeah, and a total of 30. Right. I think it's probably going to be like the reality of what people would do with their Pokemon. You'll have like your main team or whatever it is that you build up. Now, the curiosity is we've got a C rank and A rank, and I didn't catch what the other one was. So you are in A rank, so S combat effectiveness, A agility, B health. Mr. Pinches. But it does look like editing this gene will improve the creature's agility, improving their chances to dodge incoming attack. In battle, the creature with higher agility stat will move first. Smaller creatures have a higher inherent agility. Editing this gene will improve the thing's health, gives the chances of survival. Larger creatures have a higher inherent health. Combat. Editing this gene will improve the creature's combat, increase their power, improves damage, healing strength, buff duration, and more. And we'll get 30 genes improved. And there's ones here. Oh. Why would you show that separately? So we've got Swipe, which is physical damage. Fester deals a bunch of toxic damage. And Venom deals a bunch of tropical damage, or toxic damage. Impenetrable Slime blocks a bunch of damage. Limb Breaker. Alright. I do like the idea of this. That increases toxic damage and it goes higher each and every use. Creature must reach maximum genetic potential. Okay, so we level up to 30, and then I get to do a thing. And I'm allowed to mutate either a stat or an attack. Okay, that's kind of cool. So we've got a toxic creature, a tropical creature, and a radioactive creature. So if we look at our attacks here, I'm weak versus frost, and strong versus tropical. And the other ones don't have any particular weakness or strength. And then for you, you have a B effectiveness, but a combat effectiveness is A, agility, a B, and a health of C. So let's go ahead and check your attacks. So you have the Ion Stream, deals radioactive damage, which is strong against fire, weak against toxic. Containment Breach, multi-turn ability, Turn 1, the combat effectiveness of your creature is gained 15 or 12% for 5 turns, 58% for 1 turn, and it deals a ton of damage, which is an interesting thing for like just holding your time, biding your time. Radioactive creature deals radioactive damage, also applies a damage each round for 3 turns. Cool. Plasma shield just protects. Catastrophe decreases the damage of opposing creature for 7 turns, and then a combat effectiveness. So this seems like a creature that's based around poisoning the crap out of it, and then just trying to debuff it enough to survive. Knuckleburb. And then last we got the Great Gooper. That's actually what I wanted to do. And the Great Gooper here is just a C across the board. So, not great there. Has Razor Leaf. So, it's good against Anomalous, bad against Mechanical. It's tropical damage. Barrage. Which again is Anomalous, high, tropical, and that's just a straight up hit. Bubbling Rage decreases the defensive strength of your creature by 84% for 1 turn. Turn 2 deals a bunch of damage. So we basically make it so we're going to take it to the face in 1 hit, and then the next hit we hit really hard. Emerald Dream waits for 3 turns and heals your creature by 100 to 130. Snaring Vines decreases the combat effectiveness accuracy. So this is my creature that's the only one that can kind of heal itself and all that. Now, with them being a C to start... Wait, are there any mechanical ones except that mouse? There's a couple of mechanical anomaly creatures. There's ones that are like gears and all sorts of weird stuff. Alright, so with that... let's go over to our ship and go to the anomaly and see about doing our first creature battle. Harmonization is real? It is. That many evolutionary paths reach the crab. Well, that's the anomaly first is literally the only battle we've seen, and it's a training battle. Like right now, we've actually had nothing in the game leading us towards any of the battle stuff, and so we're actually trying to kind of figure where you start. But I came to the realization I didn't have any creatures. To be clear, when I say an anomaly battle, I mean not other players. There is an NPC here. Worry about all that later. Oh yeah, no. Interacting with other human beings? Gross. Okay, so that's different, because this is our second time coming to the anomaly. So yeah, it looks like you need to get at least a companion, maybe 3. And only then do you get the quest to do this. Because it was weird to me that we were here and it's just like, the game for their next, new expansion has done nothing to point me in the direction of anything. But there we go. Alright. Hello there. The life form regards me with bulging eyes, oddly magnified by the curve of their tank head. Okay, so my only feedback I give right now so far as this new update, so the one thing is, when you try to interact with this guy before you have it, it lets you queue up to do like the training battle, but then you don't have anything to fight. It does feel like they just need to add a quest, be like, go get a companion. Is that? Oh, a companion register? Are you a collector? Please let me see. Show register. Wow, these are terrible. Oh my god, these are the worst I've ever seen. Child pours out data. Crustacean-like growth in their tank bobs up and down. Hi.
I just wanted to give you attention.
Yeah.
Because hubby deserves attention.
I assume your parents are already in bed.
Yeah.
I figured.
Oh yeah, they've been in bed for a while.
Yeah, no, I figured like right when I came up, like they're probably going to bed like the
Yeah.
next 15 minutes.
Yeah, they basically just use the bathroom.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was like, yeah, I'll go up and I'll start stream.
Hi, Cat. Let's read.
This will do. It will do. A beginning. But manners. Introductions. Hello. I am Oceanus. I have the power of the ocean. If the ocean were the size of a small fishbowl. A collector, a strategist, a traveler, a con artist, a scammer. Now settled. Specialist Polo recently welcomed me to this extraordinary place. It is exciting to meet a new challenger. Shall we play a game of tactics? Your companions against mine? Ask if my creatures will be harmed. Oh yes, very much so. Very much. Iteration Minion Megamind would approve. The collection will learn, but they cannot be hurt. Ask about tactics. Turn by turn, we command our collection. A slash of claws, fangs, tentacles, mandibles. Choose each command thoughtfully. When all my creatures are exhausted, you have one. Each life, each creature is unique. Some creatures have advantages against others. Broader collection gives broader options. Use your curiosity. Play, experiment. Alright, initiate battle. Dun 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 dun. It's alright. So Great Gooper is going to be alright, okay, so this is a lot more useful information in this nice thing. So basically it's saying our attacks will do good against Anonymous and will do bad against Mechanical. We are well set up defensively against Desert, but we are weak to Toxic. So we're gonna go ahead and bring you. You're my worst. The next one we have is Knuckleburb. They are strong against, or they can do good damage against fire, but are weak to Toxic. They can take a lot of damage from Frost, but they're weak to Anomalous. So this is actually complementary on that this one covers that one's weakness. If we have an Anomalous one, you come out, you fight it, versus this one, both of them are weak, like have a disadvantage to Toxic right now. Like this one takes extra damage to Toxic, and this one does less damage to Toxic. So Toxic right now is the hole in my set. But you're neutral on Toxic. But you are weak against Frost, which works out because you're strong against Frost, so you cover that weakness. Yeah, so we actually have a well-rounded group, with the exception of Toxic is one that I have a disadvantage against, which we might be able to do something around that. Alright, so we'll go Knuckleburb and Mr. Pinchers. So it looks like we get to have a team of 3, so we can confirm our team. So, you are strong against Tropical. You're strong against Tropical. Okay. Yeah, so they open with this one. Let's change our lineup. Can I make you first and you last? And the reason I'm doing that is you don't have a vulnerability against the Toxic stuff here. Yeah, so you both do extra damage to Tropical, and you do extra damage to Desert. And you shouldn't have any weaknesses we care about. Alright, so let's begin. The battle begins. Mr. Pinchers will move first. So, we could do Swipe, which is just a regular physical attack. We have Envenom, that does a stacking extra amount of damage over time. We can have a huge amount of damage. So literally, if I do Fester and I just start ramping up my defense the whole time... You like our game? Well, we put a game in our game. Yeah, so Fester would be we toss it on there, and then in 4 turns, Denoto dies. Used Call of the Wild. Opponents switch to Tropical. Oh. That's kind of a cool mechanic. So basically, he changed my type to be vulnerable to his type. So we're gonna go ahead and use Impenetrable Slime. Which should be able to endure a normal-ish damage attack. So we blocked it entirely. So that's not available for a little while. We're using Venom because I don't have a whole lot else I can do. Okay. Large heal in 3 turns. And then Fester murdered it. Okay. It's interesting that I am being healed each turn. Okay, so what do you got going on? So you're going to do Toxic to me. So we're going to immediately hit you with Fester. Okay. I don't know where those spores came from, but alright. Yeah, both Envenom and Fester seem really good. It seems like if I can get Fester up, and then put my defenses on, and then just start trying to do the DOT. Suspicious Fluid. So I will take heavy damage if I remove Suspicious Slime. Is the new update available on Xbox yet? Unfortunately, I don't know. That's fine. You keep doing your thing. Yeah, no, that's kind of what it looked like, Leon, is that I got hit really hard quickly, but with the counter of the fact that it heals me over time. Alright, so again, hit you up with the Fester. I'm willing to bet there's moves to dodge attacks, like the equivalent of like Dig or Fly or whatever. Okay. So for those who missed, I put Fester on him and he said no, and he took it back off. Okay, we block the laser eyes. So he switched me to being desert type. Put her defense back up. It might double. Okay, Wild Swing missed. Okay, so it looks like each time I use, it goes up about 60 damage. So it doesn't double, it's additive. So it should still be 160, or no? I'm not sure how much it's going by. It's been inconsistent, because that was up about 70 from the last one. Okay, reviewer performance. Wonderful game. You give me much to consider. That the moves you're using are bull, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Oceanus' eyes simmer in their liquid face. They seem thrilled by the challenge of battle, already calculating strategies for next time. Take this treat. It is for your creatures. It is not for you. Do not eat it. Take Retrovile Pellet. The pellet will modify the fabric of a creature. Their battle possibilities will expand, grow stronger. Alright. Okay, so we didn't see... So we got mutation progress is beginning. I think Mr. Pinchers here is probably our best overall one. So probably the one we experiment with first. So it looks like I'm probably going to have to bring you out. Evolved Companion, Retrovile Pellet. Gained a gene ability to edit. One gene that's available. The ones that didn't participate didn't grind. That's not unusual for these kind of games. Usually they just have to participate at all. Mutation unavailable. Exposure to battles in the hollow thing will slowly mutate a companion. Each level mutation allows individual gene editing, leveling up the companion's performance. Once a creature reaches maximum genetic, farther edits can change the creature's ability moves. So it looks like I might just... See, in the edit genes companion registry, select a companion. Okay, do this. Creatures. There. Yeah, so it's saying we would level it up here. Oh. Oh, okay. So this one's blinking that I can just do that. I see. So I wasn't able to change the abilities because I don't have the mutation progress maxed out. But I think what that did is the item I gave randomly gave me something to increase. Alright. Did your creature enjoy the pellet? Did it let me? Ah, yes. An important gene. An interesting choice. The arena encourages gene tinkering. Retroviral pellets are sometimes presented to winners. It is all part of the game. Ask about Arena League. A faction of collectors, intergalactic, everywhere. Collecting brings own satisfaction, but if medals motivate you, Arena League offers them to exceptional. Ask about Hollow Arenas. There are many. Beyond Nada and Polo's homes. Travelers play here, but my most challenging opponent was a Korvax Calypso. It took me several iterations to defeat them. I see potential in you, stranger collector. When you have practiced some more, would you play me again? I get so bored. I love to play, but not many can keep up with me. Oceana sighs, their face blurred by bubbles. They suddenly brighten. Oh, here, please, take this. This member of Arena League has been looking for an opponent. Take the Hollow Arena invitation. If you best his opponent, more invitations to flow. Play, strategize, collect, ascend. The highest ranking companion or champions play in space stations. Once you have bested a champion, Could we play again? I can barely wait. Alright. Plot a route to the Challenger's Hollow Arena. Examine the Challenger's invitation in your inventory. Let's get outside of the space station. Yes, they basically added like a very Pokemon mechanic. I am curious how much they will go and deviate from the Pokemon model to allow for different strategies. Alright. So step 1, get out of this place. Because I find often things don't work great when you're in there. Alright, step 2. Let's head to the Arena League Challenger and see about that. This is their regular update. This is not the expedition. I suspect what's going to happen is we will probably be getting an expedition that is based around this, maybe? But, like, this is just a mechanic that's going to be here from now on. And again, I'm going to lower the music volume just a smidge. I keep lowering it, keeps feeling like it's really loud. I mean, they've had a number of times where they've come out with an update and then, like, a couple days to a week later or whatever, the expedition comes. That said, you could be right. It could be that just the way No Man's Sky works, well, I mean, it would be easy to put in for an expedition, though, because what you'd end up doing is saying, okay, you need to defeat 5 opponents. Okay, you need to, like, collect 5 different types of creatures or whatever. Like, there's definitely plenty of room for the expedition kind of content. Okay, so you are going to put out toxic damage. You're weak to mechanical, you're weak to toxic. Okay, so you got an anomalous creature. Or one, oh sorry, that does extra damage to anomalous. Yeah, so I think we're honestly pretty neutral to each other. Okay, so that thing's gonna do heavy damage in 3 turns. So I think we just try and hit hard. And it will use our defensive mood at the last second. Hey, Trickle, sorry to hear about the alarms and all that. Okay, Boulder in 2, and Venom again. Okay, as long as this thing doesn't heal up or block, never mind. Reflective Shield, that's different than ours. Reflects 17% of incoming damage. Oh, alright, so let's tank the hit. And Fester got it before its boulder hit. Never mind. The boulder still gets to get hit. Toss a Fester up there. Yeah, we tried to tame the bird, it didn't seem to work. So increased combat effectiveness. Honestly, with that scaling up, if we don't get knocked out this hit, I think we just go for the attack. I was hoping that'd finish it because it's weak to my attacks. Shield created, thick plating. We'll tank ourselves. Now Fester hits him this turn. Okay, so he's still got a shield for a couple of turns. Let's go ahead and hit Fester again. Okay, so we blocked the attack. Now rather than get knocked out, let's switch our active creature. So, Great Gooper the Third is coming out. Alright, so decreases our strength, but then we do a ton of tropical damage the next time. Do Emerald Dream. We'll see if that actually happens. Sandblast didn't do much damage. Ah, you're multi-hit. That's fair. Stop multi-hitting me. Swap again. For Knuckleburb. And there's Fester. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you go kind of from one to the next. Okay, so you got a point in combat effectiveness. Cool. And none of your other things got points yet. You didn't get anything because you just showed up and someone else won your fight. You got most of the way to mutation progress. So I can go here. We need to find our next opponent. So the crab is proving to be very, very strong. I've got a move that basically I hit the enemy, and pretty much in 4 turns, if it doesn't have a way to remove it, which we did have one that did just straight up be like, nah, you don't get to do that to me. But if it doesn't have a way to counter it, after 4 turns, it hits so hard they just die. But it looks like there's ways that they can remove debuffs against you. I could see a thing where they could basically, you know, dig underground or fly or something. We haven't seen that yet, but a way of making yourself unavailable to being targeted for like a turn or 2 or 3 or whatever. I assume those would be the big counters for that. Okay. And it mentioned gaining standings or something. I haven't seen any. It'll be under catalog, won't it? And I haven't seen any standings or whatever, but it's mentioning I'm supposed to be gaining standing or something like that. It looks like you can pick any stats to get points to. Well, what I've run into is like that one. We were doing lots of combat damage on the crab, and we did have the crab's combat effectiveness was blinking when it leveled up. But I think it might be one of those things along the lines of, if you want to gain like stats and agility, you got to do agility things. If you want to gain stats in combat effectiveness, I'm assuming that broadly just applies to any damage you do. Because I can see stuff being like, obviously we're still figuring out, that's my guess. It's a new standing. Ah, here we go. Okay, we could reach the status of casual. Oh, because I've switched mission objectives, it's not showing me what I'm looking for. Log. There we go. Okay. So your defenses... Okay, we have an advantage against them defenses-wise. We have one weakness here against the toxic. So we need to watch the fire one we can handle with Great Gooper just fine, but the other ones are going to be strong against Great Gooper. The same plan. Gotta hit him with Fester. Alright. Okay. Apparently he had a weakness, like, because you don't always know all the attacks. Alright, so increases combat effectiveness, deals a bunch of radioactive damage after a while. So we can go ahead and put a debuff on you. Gotcha. So once you use that Cursed Bones attack, it does a ton of damage, but it puts a poison on yourself. So reset his cooldown, so he's probably going to use Cursed Bones again, so we're just going to try and tank it with the armor. He's got 3 debuffs, they're all damaging. Oh, you switched opponents. Okay. Yeah, so you're weak to my radiation. It's kind of weird that you switch the thing weak to my radiation. Corrupting Touch. Decreases combat effectiveness on themselves for 2 turns. Okay. So let's finish the job real fast. 30 stands for 96% defensive strength on self. Minus 96% strength on self. That feels like you're setting up for a really hard hit. Ow. Let's drop a poison on him, and assuming that we aren't knocked out, the next one will swap. Okay, that worked out perfect. And thank you, Amazing Meowsy, for the 50 stream streak. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and put up our shield. That's not what I said I was going to do. It's fine. We'll put up the shield. That should be able to tank and attack, potentially. But then I do need to swap, because after that I won't have anything else to mitigate. Heavy damage if removed. And you're taking the poison. So we're going to switch over to Great Gooper. That's fine. Cool. Why did you gain a second attack? It's the first time seeing your stream. Unironically, it's such a brilliant idea for No Man's Sky, since players already love collecting pets and visual things. Yeah. So let's go for the barrage, I think. Yep. Barrage just finished it. Okay, so let's go to our creature information. So Mr. Pincher got absolutely obliterated. Straight up wrecked. You on the other hand gained some mutation, but not enough to do anything. Great Gooper on the other hand did get enough mutation. So we're not seeing anything blinking this time. So we can boost the agility, the health, or the combat. Yeah, so I can't do that. Okay, so I was able to do that one. That's fine. Okay. Blue one's just the nearest? Gotcha. It does make me curious if after a couple I'll be forced to go to a different system, or if it will just keep ping-ponging me back and forth in system. Because it feels a little weird to force me just like go back and forth and all that. I get the reason is you're fighting different teams and all that. You know, and then again to make it fit in with No Man's Sky of the exploration side of things, to not let you just kind of sit there and repeat forever. Because what we might do here, if it keeps repeating just on this planet, we might make it a thing that each system I allow myself one fight kind of deal. So we can go to a system, you know, go down, check out, you know, if there's any exotic creatures we want to try and grab. Instead of just trying to, like, push this, because I could see doing just the battle after battle after battle after battle after battle to grind up your stats. I could definitely see that as a thing that would very quickly get monotonous. Yeah, no, it's a thing that, like, right now, though, it keeps giving me things to be like, go fight the next one. So as far as the way it's designed, it is pushing me towards just, you know, fight one person, get your thing, fight one person, get your thing, fight one person, get your thing. We'll see, we'll figure it out. Yes, all of them do extra damage to toxic creatures. Let's change our lineup in this case. Because they all have strength against toxic and they're weak to tropical. We'll see how that works. Heavy damage if removed. That's fine. We'll do the barrage. So it looks like I can 2-tap them. Let's set up the heal, because we'll end up taking a hit here. Razor Leaf you. And we missed. Use Curse of Bones. Follow up with Barrage. We're just gonna see if we can't hold out. There's Curse of Bones. You swapped. That's excellent for me. Because it does mean I should get a heal after this turn. So I'm going to pop another Emerald Dream. Cool. I was making sure it actually stacked multiple. There's the large heal. We got another heal queued up. And finish you. Never mind, I guess don't finish you. Okay, so you got a Reflect Shield. I'll queue up another heal. Reflects the next 200 something incoming damage. That's pretty rough, that for 5 turns you're gonna have high damage. Let's break you out. Because even though you're weak, we'll put up the Fester. Now put up defense. Starts to use Sandstorm, decreases defense on yourself. That'll probably kill you. So it should hit you, finish the job, have the counter thing reflected, but we tanked it with our shield. That's what I was afraid of. I was hoping I could just get through the shield in time. Alright, so this is looking pretty bad. Put up our shield. That's fine. We'll hit him with the DOT. Because then we blocked their counterattack damage. Okay, and they got one hit through there. And then Fester finished the job. Alright, not feeling great going into this one. Alright, so Catastrophe. So we're going to hit them with a 20% damage penalty and 15% or 20% accuracy penalty, hoping that the 1 in 5 miss will save the bacon. Okay. Heart of Stone blocks 25% of incoming damage. So we tried to go for just a hard hit here. I don't feel like we can weather it, but the individual hits are not going to be nearly strong enough. Okay, we got 58% combat effectiveness boost. Okay, the 20% accuracy penalty coming in. Alright, so we did manage to survive that, thanks to the accuracy penalty we caused them. That did not do nearly as much damage as I was hoping. So we don't have time for the DOT. Well, actually, this just hits harder than the DOT in the or this hits harder than my single turn in the first place. My only hope here is that this guy just wastes his time, but he just has to hit me once more with that triple attack and we're over. There's nothing I can really do about it. I wonder if those stack. That's literally the only move I got available. Put up our shield. Because I let the DOT tick another time, and maybe we can punch through this thing. Because I think he's dealing with the problem that he's only got one really good offensive move on that character, it looks like. I'm really nervous that these are stacking in some way I'm not expecting. Knit flesh on their own? Oh, weird. So this was like a passive thing where we got that. I don't think we try and go for that. I'm gonna hit you with the dot again. Okay, if we can survive this turn, we'll win it the next turn, because the DOT will do like its 20-30 damage, and I'll be able to hit it for more than that. Cool, it wasted its turn, resetting its cooldown to try and give itself more buffs. So just slap it. Yeah, no, I noticed that it was because of high loyalty. So luckily that creature, while it had some cool stuff, it didn't have much in the way of, you know, damage. Ah, here we go. Champion's Invitation. It didn't get a, didn't have a lot of damage to actually throw at me. So it was a lot of utility and all that, and just wasn't a thing. Okay, so you can do the gene edit. Yeah, I'm guessing we have to get up to the 30 there. Then you've got one. Can actually give you health, because that low health is a problem. Okay. I'm blanking at some controls with my ship, so I'm just gonna wait till I can get those sorted. It doesn't seem to want to change weapons for me. I should lose you. I'm a fast ship with lots and lots of shields and all that. Come on. Okay, why can I not switch? The button I'm expecting to let me switch weapons is not doing it. And I don't know why. What's going on here? 'Cause I'm literally just not on weapons. Controls, tether, that's, I don't really, oh, I forgot. Let's see, don't care about that, don't care about that. Remap controls. Flight controls. Change weapons I. I'm hitting it, but it's not working. Oh, okay, we got a problem. So it looks like it's refunded all of my weapon modules on my ship. So I'm currently flying a ship with no weapons. Versus having a ridiculously overjuiced plasma beams. So I'm gonna try and deliberately ditch this thing in among the freighters. So we diverted power to engines, because we're just going to go with run. Because very unfortunately, we need to get to the station real fast. And, you know, you could land. Oh wait, can I? Yeah, I should be able to fix this. I was curious why when earlier we went, you know, it was like refunded unused module slots to storage. I was like, huh, that was a weird message. It didn't strike me that it actually stripped equipment off my ship and potentially put it away. I'm assuming they did some changes to the Corvette stuff. And that's why that was the case. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to pause for just a second and use the restroom, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, and we are back. Okay, so let's see what the heck we can do to unscuff our freighter. Okay, so it looks like I'm not seeing the guns. Also, how are you two in there? Huh. This is worrisome. So we've got all our armor and everything. So this is an interesting one. Is it in your freighter? Yeah, we can check that. That's very concerning. Okay, so it's not on the freighter. Oh, weird. It gave me suspicious phase beam modules. Okay. So the weird thing is I do actually see the guns model down there. Let's store that technology here for a minute. Is what it might have done. So let's modify you. Someone said to relog. We can do that real fast. So let's see. Quit to mode selection. Because very clearly on permadeath, I don't want to be flying around in my ship with no guns. In the case I get like caught up in a group of like 5 or 6 enemies. That's a really crappy way to lose that. Now, granted, what I'd probably do in that situation is the moment I realized I had a problem is I'd immediately just exit out of the game real fast. Because that wouldn't be my failure on that. So start edits. The workshop. Okay. Let's just take a peek now. Okay, it's all back. Cool. Alright, so we know in the future to just go ahead and pop the relog. Okay, so we did get... our competition for doing the actual arena. This will be a good thing to get me moving on to the next system. Now, for those who missed where we were left off, the last time we were playing, we were working on like maxing out everything, because this is a permadeath run that we're super far in. We have done like all the major story stuff and all that, like, and all the side quests and everything as much as we've been able to. And so what I was kind of working on was maxing out our reputation with all the factions. And we had been focusing on the pirate faction because their reputation kind of requires you to tank your faction standings with others or do grindy things. So So we were deliberately doing crimes. We can come back to that. Alright. Because then the plan was when we're doing our different, like, expeditions or whatever, to just work on getting anything that's not maxed out done. Okay, so we can go over here. Scan the system. Cool. It does make me wonder when it comes to, like, evolving moves and all that, how any of that works. All right. This is, I don't recognize the style of space station. Like, the inside's gonna be the same layout, but the outside was a very different one than I'm used to seeing. Okay. So a couple of things we could do real fast is I'm going to go over here, do this nonsense. Calm down. Yes, we're already exalted. That's interesting, those being at a 50% discount. I assume we'll be able to sell for a clean profit. Let's see, I'd assume if you max Uzimon's level, it provides new attacks as rewards. Well, it seemed to be that you could take an attack and then level it up. I did see that we have that over there. I'm just going to quickly grab my inventory spot, or I'll forget about it. Okay. Alright, so you got one that is weak to toxic. You are strong against toxic, but weak to tropical. Okay, so overall, we're in relatively good shape. Yeah, we'll keep the lineup the way it is. Okay, so they turned me into an anomalous type. So let's penalize your accuracy and your effectiveness. Great Cooper's High Gentleness performed Declaw. So we double penalized their effectiveness. So I'm pretty concerned that next use is going to knock us down. So let's just get a good hit in. Okay, we have a really big advantage there. Charge amplifying damage for next use. Switch to festering. Oh, you switched your use. Let's use Emerald Dream. Get a heal lined up just in case we can manage to hold. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 395 stream streak. Do appreciate it. Okay, we did manage to hold barely. Realistically, you're getting knocked out here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and toss some damage. We're gonna let you get knocked out. Because I think we're more concerned about... Well, that's great. More concerned about, winning the fight than necessarily anything else. Alright, you want to use reflective shield. Let's penalize your accuracy and see if we can't get this heal off. I'm not too optimistic here. You've added blistering speed. Line up the next heal. High Independence triggered Mistail on its own. Decrease accuracy. So you've double penalized the accuracy. So you'll reflect a bunch of incoming damage. Do we go big? So you're going to reflect most of this damage. So there's a good chance we're just going to outright kill ourselves, because I think it's their agility higher, or we'll just miss the barrage and it won't matter. That's fine. Blistering speed again. Line up another heal. I was expecting that thing to finish me off right away. It doesn't seem to have much in the way of offensive abilities. Oh, I should have used the vines. It's fine. So we've made ourselves incredibly weakened, because it just used its strong attack and we got our heal. Oh, I didn't realize they had Boulder on us. Never mind. Boulder's like my attack Fester. So I'll put up Fester, which has missed. That's pretty bad, actually. So put up our armor. So all of your buffs have fallen off. Yeah, you're weak to those attacks. Okay, so in a couple of attacks, we're going to get absolutely demolished. We're just going to try and do what damage we can on the way down. Cause necrosis. 233 damage per turn. Okay. Alright, parting gift before you go down. There's some Fester. Yeah, it looks like you actually do want to care for your pets a little bit. There's Knuckleburb. So Plasma Shield. Because we already have the Killing Blow on, if nothing else works. So we're just trying to basically keep it together. Got the toxin in there. And the half-life finished it. Yep, new update came out today. Oh, you had a whole extra one. Which is supposedly an S rank. And just outright murdered me. That's our first loss. So it looks like we still gain stats even when we don't win. Okay. Do you want to check the anomaly, see if they sell a scan thing? I already did check earlier. Unless it added it since I started the quest thing. So let's see if I can just challenge you all over again. Yep, no, you're all good. Just letting you know, I already did go through all the places where you unlock stuff. So they immediately weakened me. So let's go for the barrage. Which, of course, that's our super strong hit, and we've missed it each time. Overgrowth. So you're getting healed each turn. Gonna make you miss attacks as well. That's fine, your healing damage I haven't done yet. Bug Bomb. A heavy hit in 3 turns. So should be able to sneak you in. Yeah, because that's going to be a one-hit KO attack when they use it on me. We'll try and hit him as hard as we can this turn. Next turn we get whomped by that thing. Finish it. So mutual KO. Okay, so we're going to put the DOT on them. And then we're going to put up our armor. Okay, see what we can do from there. Boulder is not my favorite. That means we could take a ridiculously hard hit in like a turn or two. So we put up our armor, and then we're just going to try and blast as fast as we can, and hopefully we'll trade again. Yeah, we can't wait on this one. Catastrophe. It's not gonna matter. That'd be a good move to use early fight in the future. So getting one more hit in before the boulder finishes us off. Unless we get lucky and it misses, but I don't think it can. Okay, so it actually hits harder and keeps up poison. And we missed, so Sucks to suck. So you got Reflective Shield. Let's just try and go for the finishing move. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be in trouble. That's fine. So the question is, did we make decent progress? Is this the thing we do where we just keep fighting until we're strong enough to just beat them? Because it is leaning that way. You might have to gather teammates who are strong against other types. Why do you miss my strong attack every time? It's a 1 in 4 chance of missing. And we're missing it, like, consistently. Because we land with that, it could do almost 1,000 damage without any other considerations. Get your heal. Okay, so we're gonna heal and then immediately get instant KO thing. Yeah, no, I realized you could rock, paper, scissors it. The only reason I'm not bothering with the rock, paper, scissors, we're just gonna go for this. The reason I'm not bothering with that is we actually are gaining a lot of XP even when we lose from the looks of it, which makes an interesting consideration of just going, okay, well, let's just slam our head against this, gain a couple of levels, because it is one of those things when it goes to getting your stats and all that kind of stuff. You have to go down to the planet and check and then look for a good one and then train it up and all that kind of stuff. And we're not going to have all the information like, okay, well, you can go to this planet to get this thing that's got this really good attack and all that that does this other thing. Like, we don't have that information. So, getting quick, easy levels now is probably going to be a perfectly reasonable strategy. Well, finish the job so you at least feel good about the trade. And now we get knocked out. Oh, yep, there it is. So we traded again. Because we gain levels and they don't. Which means at a minimum we can abuse it. So let's this time open up with penalizing their accuracy. You could try switching to avoid the bomb. Yeah, but that's also giving them a free attack. I feel okay trading. Because otherwise you switch, you get hit, and then you switch again, you get hit again. So I got the poison on them. Yeah, and I'm pretty content with the strategy. So you performed Corrupting Touch. And all that on your own. Let's put up our defenses. Okay, you've got your reflective shield. Okay, so we're gonna go for the big hit. So we gotta hold out for 3 turns. Oh, interesting. So even the damage over time that was applied before the shield, it still counts as damage, and therefore it still hits me back. Because they have damage reflect on. The damage reflect does work on damage over times that have already been applied. Finish it. Alright. So we're gonna get probably one more move out of this one, maybe two, depending on what this thing does. Or we'll just instantly go down. Okay, and you're doing 100 damage to yourself every turn now from using that move. So we're gonna try and take advantage of that. We're gonna put up our defense immediately. Was it, Jarek word? Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. And that lasts for 5 turns, so we don't have to do much damage on top of that to win this fight. So we blocked all of their attacks. And rather than going for that one, let's just go straight up for Envenom. Because if it's killing itself for 100-something damage a turn, we just want to help ramp up the damage. So defend ourselves when we can. And when we can't, just throw in damage to speed up that time. Alright, so next turn it dies. Unless it's got a heal, next turn it's done. Okay. They're both putting up her armor. Yep. And 1. Victory. Alright. We can start with this. Cool. Yeah, so basically we have dodge chance, damage, damage slash healing, and just overall health. Let's try and fix that health, because that health is really bad on you. Okay, we can go here. Okay, and we'll gently pat you. Alright, so with that, I'm leaning you all into combat effectiveness. I have no idea if that's a good idea or not. I'm taking a different strategy. This one I'm trying to do what is their lowest stat and bring it up. This one I'm just kind of leaning all in on the combat. And then I don't know what I'm doing with that one yet. It's all C. Alright. So did it give me... Let's also check, even though I probably won't take any of these. I was curious. Alright. So it's going to be out of system again. I kind of like the idea of like every other one at making me bounce the next system. That way we continue to go to the station, occasionally get new goodies here and there. And just work our way through all that. Oh, I forgot. I could just use the teleport to go to the freighter and then use the freighter to jump. It's fine. When you go back to Fishman? I don't know. I am actively playing and learning as we go. It could be when we rank up, because we're still ranking up to casual. So it could be when we hit a certain rank, it'll be like, okay, go back and versus the big guy. It could also be a thing that we don't actually go back to him until we've, like, finished a bunch of the ranking up. Because he said once we beat a champion. Which we're not super sure what that means. Now, this is a system I've already been to before, so we're not going to bother doing like the full circuit of the station. We're just basically going to go to wherever the thing tells me to do the little pet battle thing. We're on the champion guys of the space station. We were literally just on a space station doing that. And he said space stations, plural, so I would assume it's not talking about the anomaly. It's giving me every time I win a fight a thing that sends me on to the next person, so I'm figuring we just follow the dots. Because we did 3 of these blue ones, and that gave me a yellow one, which is a tougher fight, and now that's giving me back to the blue one. So I think it's going to be like 3 blue, 1 yellow, 3 blue, 1 yellow. Maybe do like 3 circuits of that, and maybe a red? Alright. So actually, this is a pretty terrible one for us to fight. So you first, because you're the one who's not weak to their stuff. But my other ones are. Okay. Hit you with the poison. That's what I figure is going to happen. It's the same thing as my other characters, not Fester, but the other one. I'll put up the shield. And then we're going to penalize their effectiveness. We're growing limbs, increasing our combat effectiveness. So penalize your accuracy, hoping for a miss. Yep, that's afraid of. Just thinking, is this now a creature collector and fighting game? Yep, they've got that going on too now. Alright, so we're in a bad way because my other characters are weak to their various attacks. So we're going to immediately open up with Barrage and hope we can just kill it instantly. It dodged. Well, that's not what we wanted to see. Cannot seem to land that attack. Yep, so we're weak to their damage. We're just gonna go for the Razor Leaf because I don't think we survive. Oh my god, just hit stuff. Like, this thing's been so useless because it's got these good attacks and it never lands them. It doesn't even have that high of a miss chance. We can use the creatures to work at the base like Palworld style? No. Wrong type of game. Okay, well actually you might be able to just do swipe and finish this right now. Good hit. Give me a good hit. Yeah, and you're still ramped up, so you're just one tapping everything. Yeah, once that thing got momentum, there was no dealing with it. Doesn't help that I missed my barrage. But is it actually worth playing a new part of the game? I mean, that's very much subjective. I'm enjoying it for what it's worth. So immediately penalize its accuracy. Like, we also don't know how deep this whole thing goes. Okay, so you penalized your defense by 100%. Hit them with the poison. Yep, and that was the attack that we got. Let's put up the shield. Oh, interesting. So we do a damage, and 1/4 of the damage we do is recovered. Alright. Do we go... I don't think we managed to hold on to get three hits in. Why is it that I missed, like, every one of them? Alright, so next hit, you're done. Drop some more poison on it, on your way out. Your question is, can you fight with a sandworm in this fighting game? We haven't seen a sandworm, but, like, so far as using that. We did try and get, like, the skyworm thing, and that didn't work out, but that's okay. Get the Great Cooper the Third. So we're just going to have you open up immediately with Barrage. Please actually land it. Why? It's only a 25% miss chance. Why can you not hit it? 1 in 4 is a pretty bad accuracy, but I think we've landed it once the entire time. It doesn't matter. We just don't hit anything. Dude, the whole front half of your head is eyes. Figure out how to hit a target. Okay, so we're gonna go for the opener and just try and hit right on the opener. That guarantees a kill if we actually land it. Just open up. There you go. Okay, you missed with your spit. I have no idea what that does, but that's fine by me. We're gonna go for the Envenom. Okay, so there's a good chance our second Envenom will just finish the job. Yeah, what's it like now that I get to stack up my scaling of damage? Okay, so we automatically cause necrosis. Alright, all we have to do is survive this turn, and the necrosis will do its job. I mean, I guess less it has a move to get rid of it. You suicided your own creature to boost the defense of your entire team 100%. When that was your last creature. Just denying me the ability to finish the job. Just basically being like, I go out on my terms. Alright, so let's go here. We're gonna go ahead and put another point into health. We're gonna see if we can't get health up to a B rank. Oh, you gave me the, like, instant level up pellets. Gently pat. Evolve. Let's get under cover for a moment. Yeah, no, it's not surprising they scale stuff and all that. Alright. No, I have definitely not gotten one every time. I think of the 3 fights I did in the last set, only one of them gave me a pellet. Which means at this stage I'm slightly below 50-50. Wait. Did I use the invitations like, get your butt back here? I'm not done with you. Alright, sure, I will do this again, I guess. Oh, but now you have different creatures. Should probably check that before we go in. Alright, so let's hit him with the DOT. We, of course, have missed. Let's go ahead and use the armor to protect myself from the damage over time effect. He took away my armor. Let's penalize his accuracy by 20% and reduce his damage slightly. Knowing the Valkyne, the other one was probably sacrificed for his failures. Okay, so that time we got the poison on him. Okay, so used a big heal. Alright, let's try going big. So we're going to not do any damage for 3 turns, then we're going to hit really hard. So the hope here is that we can hold out for the 3rd turn. And if we do, we probably won't finish the guy in 1 hit, but we'll probably do a lot of damage. Okay, we got our next boost. So that was the 2nd turn. So he gets 1 more hit. Does that mean I don't do my damage anymore? Okay, so I still do the damage, I just didn't keep the 58% effectiveness bonus. I can live with that. And you healed yourself again, that's fine. This is the only attack you can use right now, just a straight up hit. You've switched my type to toxic. And this will finish the job. Or I'll miss. As of course I did. And he hasn't even, like, penalized my accuracy or anything either. That's just me missing. On my own. Yeah, cleansing people's buffs is honestly a pretty legit way to screw strategies. Like, the armor I'm not minding too much. Because the way I see that is I'm basically trading... Oh my god, just hit. But yeah, those ones where you have to go like 3 turns and then you do your big hit. And you can wait till the 3rd turn and be like, never mind, you don't get your hit. That could be good. I think we're getting knocked on this one. Nope, you switched. But you're probably going down. Let's go ahead and penalize your accuracy. And see if we can at least get the damage over time put on you before we get downed here. Okay. So we used Corrupting Touch on our own. So we double penalized their effectiveness and penalized their accuracy. Okay, the radiation doesn't do a lot of damage to you, unfortunately. Increase your agility. And we got the poison landed. Wait. Okay. That's information. Their other creature just got knocked out while not being the one out. So using the trick where I put a damage over time and then you pull your character back doesn't work. You will still lose health on that character. Let's play it safe. Just do the hit, finish it, don't miss. Thank you. I'm honestly pretty okay with that you can't just like BS pull your character out, because it's very annoying when you're a damage over time setup and you'd have ones where like pull your creature back and you could effectively juggle it so the damage over time effects couldn't stack. Like when you brought them back out, it'd renew it. But there's ways to like really abuse it. So let's penalize their accuracy on the opener. Yeah, no, I probably will. Alright, so 3 turns, you're getting hit like a truck. Let's go big. We're doing the gamble for the big. So we're gonna make ourselves take extra damage this turn. So I can hit for probably over half this thing's health next turn. And you penalize my combat effectiveness and accuracy. Alright, now the boulder finishes me. Do it. Hey, you did your job. But yeah, I also appreciate that, again, for, like, those moves, as we mentioned, where you have to, like, queue it up. And then after, like, 2-3 turns, you get to do your damage. And kind of just using that to, again, like, abuse it to negate that last hit for a long time. Alright, so we got you. And like I said, this is the one we're kind of just looking at what stat's the worst. And seeing, like, kind of, like, filling in the weakness. Genes improved. And this one, it's hard to figure out what I should be doing, because everything's kind of equally bad. And I'm seeing we can't scale that up. And apparently we're just doing it again, but entirely different creatures. Which is a weird thing. Okay, so they made me a toxic one. Let's penalize you first. Love you too.
I'm heading to Betty Vines.
I figured I won't be super late tonight and all that.
Yeah. Have fun with streaming. Make good streaming.
Do my best. Let's go ahead and get the poison on him. Then we'll use the defensive ability to just be able to hold out. Yeah, Rock Ball hurts us a lot. Yeah, so it looks like a very similar setup to what they had the last time. I will say, the health gives you a lot of health. Those 2 points in health gave me several hundred extra health. Okay, I'm gonna try and make this happen. That's 3 turns. Okay, so he just used his cleanse, so his cleanse is probably not available for a couple of turns. So we do 2 turns of ramping up our stats, followed by 1 really big hit. So my hope is that we can endure this long enough to get to it, and that his cleanse won't be available in time. There we go. So he still keeps some of that damage buff. That's fine. Nicely done. Looks more interesting than I thought. Seems like a great addition. Yeah, because a lot of times you've seen people add like a Pokemon type thing. It was just a simple rock, paper, scissors with like a very simple moveset. Versus it seems like there's a lot of depth they've added to this. Well, the only attack I got available is just straight up hit it in the face. So we'll just straight up hit in the face. And I'm also curious because we're able to mutate our attacks, and I'm assuming it's when we hit rank 30. Okay, so that's reflective damage. We're gonna penalize your accuracy. Cool. Alright, do I go big? This has reported hundreds of moves, though some are very similar. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's definitely some that are like the same idea, but different type. So we can go big. I think we go with the poison. Because I'm not sure we hold out long enough to get that big hit off, and the big hit won't kill him anyways. We're gonna try and go for the slower pick at them and tank. Because they're actually strong against me, but it looks like it can actually hold out relatively well against them. And Venom, I think, is the one that stacks. That's what my crab uses. So that's a bit concerning. But it looks like if it's blocked, I don't think the damage stacks. Okay, you got my shields down. Alright, do we manage to endure another turn? We do. So we got 220. So I won't be able to do enough damage to knock you down in one turn. So let's go ahead and try and penalize your accuracy and just hold out a little longer. And these are the things I'm not sure is, do these stack? Where it's 20% decreased accuracy? Is it temporarily at minus 40? Or like is it 20 and 20 additive, multiplicative? Who knows? Okay, so we got knocked. That's fine. Yeah, so let's just use our regular old Razor Leaf and see if we can't just finish the fight right now. Done. Okay, I don't know what you are. Alright. Is there a Pokemon Center? No. Alright, Darth, thank you so much for the 280 stream streak. You do appreciate it. Alright, so Barrage is the one that we miss it a lot of time, but it is a solid hit. You can do like over 1200. Okay. Then go to you. I'm curious when we hit 10 points here, what'll happen with that. Alright, Alex Speed, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so this should be... our big local champion. I'm just gonna take it as, in this particular system, there's just like 2 people in the whole system interested. So when you go to compete, you just compete against the one who doesn't win as much 3 times, and then you verse the one who's better. Okay. Or it's one club and you have to fight all members at the same table. That could also be a thing. Probably Darth. It seems like any of the things you can capture, you can do. Hey, Cardinal, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out for Cardinals in, I'd much appreciate it. Thank you. Doing some Minecraft. I hope you've been having fun with the Minecraft and all that good stuff. We're doing the brand new update for No Man's Sky, which is basically No Man's Pokemon. Where we got our various buds. But yeah, no, thank you so much again for the raid. I do appreciate it. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff. Alright, so you're strong against plant, toxic, and you're weak against toxic. And you're strong against radiation. Alright, so we want to change our lineup and just put you first. No, we don't. That's put Crab first. Well, that was a little dirty hitting me on the opener, but okay. Ooh, so you're an S rank. We're gonna go for the Fester. So Fester will do over 2200 damage. Okay, you're healing yourself. That's cool. Alright, so now we're gonna tank up. So our goal right now is to just endure until Fester hits. That's fine. You can heal the no damage I've done. It's okay. Alright, so we blocked the first hit. High Independence triggered Sticky Ooze. Okay, we penalized their accuracy 50%. They... okay, both sides just penalize each other's accuracy 50%. I'm actually okay with this because I don't think that can miss. So if we don't get knocked this turn, this guy drops. And dead. You caused necrosis to something that didn't exist. Okay, so that hurts me a lot. Let's land the Fester again if we can. We did not. Ah, Sulphurous Touch hits me really hard, but then I get a heal over time. So the idea is to try and like quickly finish your enemy. So you gave yourself a heal over time. We're still suffering from the 50% penalty. That's doesn't seem like a great move. So next turn we get the accuracy penalty out of here. Or we just get absolutely obliterated. That's fine too. So the Great Gooper's coming out. Well, actually, Knucklebird. Okay. So let's open up by penalizing your stats. So yeah, your heal runs out this next turn. So put up her shield. Then we'll get a heal this turn. That drops off. Then we hit him with the toxin. It doesn't feel like that Sulphurous Touch is worth it. Because he's doing like 600 damage and then healing almost 800 damage. It just takes time. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it does. It feels like something you pretty much exclusively use to finish the fight. Okay. Alright. Okay, so everything will be on cooldown. We're going for Containment Breach. This is our bigger hit. It still doesn't look like it's going to be that good. It's only going to be like 400 something damage. But I'm kind of hoping on their heal helping us out. And then just hitting this thing really hard. With that heal it has, though, I might just need to just drop any consideration to defense and just try and throw damage. Right, next turn we get our hit in. Okay. Yeah, so it's 700, so we're just gonna go and focus on damage, I think, for a minute. See if we can burn him down before... Oh, he switched. Okay. Sir, you're blocking the game. Okay. I can do that back. Poison for everybody. I can do that as well. Instead, I'm going to penalize your stats. Okay, so you get a very small heal per turn. It's going to basically counteract my poison while it's up. That hurt. Alright. Let's see if you can just open up and do your instant win. Land it. Thank you. Okay, so you're still up. So you don't have any of your stuff on there, but you're pretty badly injured. Oh, you're probably gonna just finish the job before you can do anything about it. We're going big. My hope is he'll try to heal this turn, wasting his chance to take us down, and we'll just finish the job. Or he'll use some buff or something like that. He didn't go for it. I knew his other attack was his hard hitter, so I didn't have what I needed to win the fight against him. But everyone leveled. Yep, so one more will max it out, and then we get to see what happens if we hit the 10 out of 10. Like, will I get something else we could do with that, or how does that go? Meanwhile, we can go to Knucklebird. And are doing the same, but for you, it's health. You're gonna need health as well. Okay. Oh, you suck. He opened up penalizing my accuracy by 50%. And it lasts for 5 turns. Which, that's not an ability, that's because if you take care of your animals good enough, they, Okay, so they both penalized each other. At least we both equally are gonna do awful for a while. Why don't you have your penalty anymore? That hardly seems fair. Okay, we did land the Fester, though. So that means we'll basically win the moment that... This guy will go down the moment that runs out. But I'd like to stack and Venom up a couple of times, if possible, while we're waiting on this. This is a BS fight right here. The fact that both of them are just penalizing their accuracy, cool. To a point that they can't do anything. Eh, you landed one. Okay. So I don't care about the actual damage, because next turn he just dies. So I'm trying to keep the Envenom up. Oh. Then we gonna try and push Envenom. I actually expect to just get killed though. Do we just push the Envenom? Go for Fester. Because that'll finish you off in 4 turns. Unfortunately, our Envenom dropped off because we didn't get a chance to use it again fast enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured he had that stone attack that hits so hard. But he's already doomed. I just need to hold out. Okay, we gained combat effectiveness by growing extra limbs. Okay, so penalize their ability to do stuff. Okay, so 2 more turns and then he gets wailed on. That's fine, keep healing yourself. I genuinely don't care. Just use a regular old attack. I want to keep my cooldowns for after he goes down. That's fine. Alright, in this turn he should die. There we go. So that might work out because my other character does extra damage based on the agility of the opponent. The fact that he's boosting his agility really hard right now, which gives them dodge. If I land the barrage, it will probably instantly kill him on my other one. Okay, so we got Half-Life against Half-Life. Okay. And last time we had a move called Fallout that did a ton of damage. Yeah, no, they're both toxic ones. They're very gushy. You got 2 stacks of the damage over time up there. Yep. We're seeing how much we could do before this guy goes down. As we stop to penalize his stats, that heal's going to basically undo the work I'm doing on him. But I'm fully expecting we're going to go down in this fight, but I should be able to keep him well below half health for when it swaps. There you go. Alright. So, 75% chance we end the fight right now. Done. Alright. So, mutate gene. Maximum genetic potential not reached. Okay. Yeah, so I can't use that there. So that's interesting. So at this stage, let's lean towards agility next. Okay. I should check if they're... Well, I mean, we'll just follow it. Alright, so we're just moving between these. Yeah, so there's definitely going to be more to it. I think the trickiest part of this whole thing is going to be dealing with, like, you're going to catch the animals and all that. We'll think, alright, Robbie, you have a good one. But like catching like new animals and all that, because of how much training is involved, I think it's going to be kind of the same problem you run into when you're playing like Pokemon, for example. That you'll end up putting your team together, as it were, and by and large, once you've got your team together, you usually only make major changes to your lineup if you find you've got like one really big hole in your setup, and then that's usually just swapping one. It's pretty rare that once you got your lineup set up that you'd potentially start really moving around a lot of different stuff. And I feel like this is gonna have that exact same problem where you'll get your highly leveled team that's really strong and all that, and the idea of then trying to switch out for a different team is very unlikely to happen. It's only if you're particularly unhappy with one of your choices would you start working on it. But I think that's more just a known issue with the like pocket monster battle stuff. Okay, so it's having me literally just go back to the same system. So that's kind of a bummer. I do wish, and this is something that No Man's Sky does in a lot of different missions, I do wish it would recognize more when you've been to someplace recently that it would start trying to put missions in other locations if they're available. Because you run into that with like any kind of missions, whether it's pirate missions or whatever. But you take missions from the same spot, you'll start noticing you only end up going to 2 or 3 different locations. Like to such a degree when we were doing the smuggling stuff, that where I was at here, it was taking me to literally the exact same spot in the exact same system again and again every single time I do a smuggling run. But that's always been just kind of a limitation with No Man's Sky. It's something that's definitely fixable, though. You just need to remember, like, the last 10 or so locations you went to, and those have become, like, ineligible to show up again. Alright. And it's very likely tonight we won't be going the normal length. I do have stuff I have to do in the morning, and today started super duper early. For me, at least. For normal people, not really. Because I've got in-laws visiting and all that. So it is just kind of a thing that my schedule is going to be all... excuse me? It's fine. Okay, never mind, it's not fine. Yeah, because my in-laws, with them visiting and all that, my schedule's going to be a little messed up. We should have a normal stream, not tomorrow, but the day after, for some sponsored content. But outside of that, it'll likely be kind of a shorter stream schedule for the rest of the week. Like, the 13th is the last day they'll be impacted. Once they're on to the 14th, I should be back to my normal schedule. Alright. So you don't do much damage against radiation. Same for you. Let's put you first. So that's not fair. You have a fish. I tried to get a fish and it wouldn't let me do anything. Okay. So it did more damage to itself than me, and it didn't give itself a buff or something in return for it. Okay, that's a curiosity. Let's try and finish this one off, and we'll use our combat. Alright, so you switched. So penalize your accuracy as our opener. So the question is there, do I go for a big hit right on the opener? Ooh, critical hit chance that high. You're only 363 damage. I mean, but that's not counting my bonus. Yeah, it's probably fine. It's showing 363 damage, but that's on my current combat effectiveness, which will be boosting to 58%. So it should actually be closer to 600 or 700 damage, I would guess. I don't really know exactly how the math works. Okay. Yeah, and those stack. Yeah, so it's 70% combat effectiveness on top of our base. Yeah, and Rampage is powering up, so we want to finish this. I'm hoping this will be like 7,800. Okay, that's not bad. I'm hoping that 20% miss chance will come into play here and they'll miss his Rampage. Because if he hits it, we're done. Or he can heal for a lot. Not a fan of that. Imagine it's got to have a pretty strong cooldown on it. Okay, well the 20% dodge didn't help. Okay, so grab Great Gooper next. I'm hoping we can do this, and then the poison will finish you off. Thank you. There's a little bit of a risk there. The reason I wanted to do that is so I could open up with this one with Barrage and maybe do it in one hit. Or it can utterly demolish us. Oh, it's a mutually shared destruction. Right, okay. So use its heavy hit that does a ridiculous amount of damage, but also hits itself harder. Gonna hit you with Pester on the opener. You dodged. Sir, that's illegal. Okay, that's really bad. Alright. Oh, you also had a attack that hits like a truck but self-damages. Okay. It's an interesting thing to be able to hit your enemy for almost as much as yourself, but just a absolute ridiculous amount. So you need more combat potential there. Yeah, let's see when I have an extra point on one of those maxed out stats, if I can do anything with that, or if it is literally waiting for the 30. Okay, so you used a reflective shield this time. I'm also going to put up my shield. Then I'm going to try and penalize its accuracy. And see if maybe if it misses that super hard attack, maybe it still takes the damage. Cool. We both have our shields up and no damage is being done at all to each other. That's an interesting consideration. So, that's set up with just ridiculous amounts of reflect. I'm gonna charge that up. That first one should drop off at the same time I go and do my heavy hit. So you're going to reflect about a 400 of that damage. Yeah, so that's just going to escalate. We're probably in a lot of trouble on this particular fight. He's got one of those attacks that each turn escalates by a magnitude. Luckily, you decide to use a different attack. If he doesn't use it this turn, it falls off. He did. So it's all boosted back up to 3 turns again. So I'm not gonna bother with the shield, because I'll use my turn to put up the shield, and he's going to strip it off in one hit. My hope was to have hit hard enough to finish the job. Well, he could have just used his rampage one more time and been fine. Instead, he finished himself off. So he did attack that hurt him as well, for whatever reason. Okay. As always, open up with a big hit. And we win. I like how Great Gooper has become this thing where he has this trump card play that has a pretty bad chance of missing, but he could just one-tap things. Alright. We're gonna go for defense. We're going for broke. Because he already used his superpower hit. Large heal in 3 turns. I'm actually okay with them queuing that up. Because that means next turn, he has to finish me off now, or we win. Oh, 100% dodge chance for 1 turn. Alright, well in that case, let's put up our defense. His 100% dodge chance is now gone. We got 2 large heals queued up. We just delayed us 1 turn. Alright. So we did get another one of the pellets. Okay, I was just checking. Alright, so for you, let's start stacking your health so you don't just fall over every fight. Okay, so you didn't just send me back the same person. Why can I not summon my companions here? Okay, so you're way over there. Oh, hey. So even though I didn't do anything, it didn't tell me. We did get the... We did get the thing that lets us, do the scanning of the creatures. Alright, for some reason the UI is getting a little messed up. So let's go ahead and we'll hop up here real quick. And we'll fly to the next destination, but before we get in the battle, we're going to go ahead and do a, kind of a reload. Because I notice we're not getting either the red or green diamonds for life forms. I wasn't able to put down my summoned creatures, so I think we're kind of in a weird messed up state. So let's go ahead and just do a relog real fast to fix that, because most problems you run into in No Man's Sky, if you do a quick relog, will sort themselves out. Okay. But yeah, no, it's interesting they added this. I know the meme has been like, you know, they've added the salvaging thing, so you got kind of your snow runner sort of esque mechanic going on. We've got the Pokemon thing going on. They got the fishing mini game. So the meme has been kind of going from like one game to another, being like, what if we just added this game to No Man's Sky? And I'm honestly here for it. I think that's a nice way of doing something like, all right, let's add more mechanics into the game. I literally just said it's fine. Okay, let's do this real fast. Yeah, it's 25 seconds ago, that's fine. Alright, and when we get in here, I'm going to take just a minute to stand up, stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff. We'll go a little bit longer before we end up wrapping up. Like I said, normally I go till 4 a.m. my time. It's coming up on about 1. But I did definitely have a very early start for today. And then I have a very early start for tomorrow. But we wanted to do the stream tonight before we had the sponsored segment to make sure it wouldn't be a problem for my my in-laws who were visiting and all that, that we wouldn't have noise from them or vice versa, that they couldn't sleep. That way I would have time tomorrow to like shift my setup around or whatever for the sponsored stream the next day. Alright, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. So let's get on. Oh, actually, first, we still have the evolved pellet thing. So we could gently pet you. Give you a gene. Something does remind me. Give you creature pellets. Okay. Yeah, it definitely feels like the maximizing your pets is going to probably be a fairly grindy thing. Because I'm honestly curious when we hit the maximum, like how that works. That's probably what we're going on. Okay. So you're strong against cold, and your damage is terrible against cold. And you're strong... Okay, so we want to be careful with the desert creature there, because it'll be good against you. I do wish it was a lot easier. Like, I know we have the UI up here, but you don't know what attacks they have. I do wish it was a little bit easier to identify, like, okay, this will be strong against that, it'll be that. Like, the UI is kind of like way out of here. It's not bad, but I wish we could get like a better sight of all the attacks and whatnot. Get Half-Life on you. Fine. Okay, so that's one of those attacks that keeps stacking, getting worse and worse with each phase. Okay, you got Corrupting Touch there on your own, which weakens your damage. Alright, we're gonna go for a big hit, so that takes 3 turns. I also wish on stuff like that, it would give you an idea of what you should expect the attack to be after the buff. Because I have noticed we get like a 70% bonus to combat effectiveness there, which seems like it's pretty significant. But it's kind of hard to quantify, like, okay, this hit I'm going for, like, is it worth it for me to go for that extra, like, you know, 300-400 damage when it's all done, or would they be better off using the individual attacks because it'll only be short like 50 damage and being able to like change my strategy priority whatever I want to go with. Okay, so even though he put up his shield, we did smash through it pretty good. Glad he didn't keep up his barrage. Honestly, he would have kept up that barrage, he would have taken us out by now. Or Shrieking Gale. Oh no, it looks like a blocked Shrieking Gale. That messed things up. Okay, and this is the one that's bad for a crab. We don't want to put the crab up against this one. Large heal in 3 turns. Gonna penalize your accuracy. Our shield is still up. Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna basically heal up to full health, which is pretty annoying, but that's okay. Technically not full health. It was 20 shy of full health. You did Corrupting Touch, which penalized the healing and everything. You Shifting Sand, so gained a bunch of agility. We're gonna go for the big hit. You try your old save. Yeah, hope it works out for you, Luxray. Still blocked. I gotta say, I don't know what this person's strategy is, but none of his attacks have been particularly strong hitting. It also doesn't feel like they've got a good defense setup either. I'm not actually sure what the approach is here. Because, like, it's definitely one of those things that it can be worth having some ability to heal yourself and damage over time, or having, like, you just open the door, smash stuff, or make yourself really tanky with, like, counterattacks in these style of games. And this one, he seems to be ineffective at doing damage. He's not dodging. He's got heals, but they're not nearly strong enough to overcome. And this is a character who doesn't have much combat effectiveness. So penalize you. Okay, so that's one of those ones that is just a super powerful nuke that does self-damage. Of course we missed. % dodge chance. So we'll put up our shield, and then we'll start charging our big hit. I do wonder when we max out the stats, like, I could see it being a thing where it resets everything back down, but we get like a different attack. So you kind of like build your character up, get an attack stronger, and then reset and kind of keep doing that to get your better and better attacks. Versus, you know, you max out your level and just go like that. I'd see it being a thing where you max it out and then you can take like your attack stat from, you know, B to A, you know, that kind of thing. There's a bunch of different ways they could scale it. Alright, and next turn we do our big hit, which might be able to finish the job on this guy. Now the concern is he's got a big hit coming. He does have his like super big hit coming soon if he doesn't go down. Cool. And finish it. So you should gain a lot of XP, because you just basically soloed this whole thing. Just because whatever their strategy was bad. Yeah, so here's an example here where people are asking, it's like, oh, you get one of those pellets every time. No, he didn't get a pellet that time. Oh, that's a challenger invitation. Like, don't make a liar out of me. Yeah, so he actually gained 2 stat points out of that. These are AI right now. You can do multiplayer. I probably won't be, but it is a thing you can do if you so choose. I was just remembering I bought some really expensive stuff with the intention of selling it. Where are you? That's fine. Now, one thing I'll say is a downside of this so far is this a little bit of a bummer that while I'm doing this, I'm not gaining units, I'm not gaining nanites, not gaining, like, I'm not gaining other materials. It's strictly kind of its own independent thing that doesn't seem to have progression towards literally anything else. That's okay. But honestly, it would be nice if it was an okay, like, not even necessarily a good one, but an okay source of at least some other type of income. That way, if you're really enjoying the mechanic later on, you can progress your overall save using it. Because that's kind of the way everything else works, like whether you're exploring or whether you're doing combat or collecting resources, that all of them can lead you to nanites, currency, and other such. But so far I haven't seen a method to use your animals to acquire anything that isn't related to the animals. There might be, we just might not be far enough, but... So far, it's not looking like it. Which is honestly a little unusual for, No Man's Sky to have a mechanic that doesn't ultimately lead to broad progress. I can't think of another thing that doesn't contribute in some way. Okay. So you're weak to radiation, strong against toxic. Weak to toxic. Yeah, it should be fine. So you boosted your damage, or your dodge. They'll penalize your accuracy. Okay, so Flurry's the multi-hit. Okay, so you seem to actually take pretty considerable damage against us. Large heal in 3 turns. Let's just go for it. I'm pretty sure between the DOT and our straight up hit, we can probably just knock him down before the heal lands. Rather than wasting a turn to put up armor to let him get that heal. Ooh. Or you can just knock yourself out. I can get behind that, I guess. Okay, so now I'll use the defensive thing. So same type, so neither of us has a strength or weakness against each other. You're healing yourself while you're undamaged. Good for you. Okay, so you added your dodge chance again. So I'm going to try and take advantage of this because you can't attack this turn. So I'm going to go ahead and start charging up Containment Breach to go for the really big hit on the other side. Basically, where he wasted his turn not letting me hit him, I'm spending that turn to boost my stat to get towards the big hit. Because in 3 hits, we'll drop a really hard hit. Okay, we're good. There's a second boost, the big one, so we're now 71% more damage, or 72% more combat effectiveness, or whatever. And then they use their move, if they don't knock us out or whatever. We hit them hard. And done. Okay. You put your shield up, I'll penalize your accuracy. Then you'll hit me, I'll put my shield up, and then I'll put on my DOT if we're still standing. Okay, that was a complete waste of a move for you, but I'm on board. Cool. Surprised the plasma shield had that long left on its cooldown. I wasn't watching. Very quickly, this Knuckleburb is becoming kind of my main carry. Like, Knuckleburb seems to be able to just have lots of staying power, not a lot of damage, just be able to kind of endure the enemy down. Whereas the crab, when it comes to just I need this thing to die, it could just keep escalating the damage to unimaginable rates. And then the Great Gooper. Great Gooper is the one-trick pony that shows up and just drops it like it's hot, doing ridiculous damage, or misses. It's either straight up deletes an enemy. Alright, it's a clean sweep again with Knuckleburb. Who needs other pets? We can have just one pet carry the day. Okay, you did not give me the bonus pellet thing. Alright. So, like, very unintentionally, I think we actually got a pretty balanced setup. Like, our damage types could probably use some work. But all in all, I've got one who's basically kind of a glass cannon. I've got another one who's on the other end of the spectrum of, like, low, continuously ticking kind of damage, but strong defensively, just, like, lots of health, shield, and all that. And then we do have the last one who is one that can just escalate the damage. So if you have someone who's, for example, they've got a build that's going to be based around, like, DOT and then healing themselves, so, like, slowly burning you down while gradually, like, keeping them up, that with the escalating damage, that's one of the ways you counter those types of builds, is you just, you know, set it up so you can just kind of escalate the damage at a faster rate than they can endure it. And then, yeah, you're taking damage from the DOT, but you just burn them down faster. I was trying to think, like, I think the biggest weakness we can run into would probably be some type of, like, evasion kind of build. Well, no, because Great Gooper also has a thing where, depending on how much different the agility is, we do extra damage, and it stacks up stupid high. So something is just, like, super duper fast compared to him. And he lands the hit, which is the big if. But if he lands the hit, he just basically takes that opponent out of the game. Yeah, so it seems like I actually have a very balanced approach. I'm sure it's not meta or anything, but considering I just grabbed 3 random things, it looks like we grabbed 3 random things that are reasonably well suited for each other. Alright. So you're strong versus toxic. Okay, so it looks like Crab's gonna have a bad day. That's what this looks like. Does extra damage to Crab, and they take less damage from Crab. The other two are gonna be fine, and Knuckleburb is gonna be in great shape for this one. Let's open up with the Toxin. Then we're going to put up our shield, and then we're going to penalize their accuracy. Yeah, that shield's getting strong, too. Okay. Cool, so we should have enough time to... So we got 4 turns on that. Yeah, it's re-up the DOT, then we go for Containment Breach. And that should line up about right for when I need to re-up my shields if we're still hanging in here. We still haven't seen all the moves on this one. It's used its big heal, it's used Landslide. I don't think I've seen it use another attack yet. Alright. It's gonna be a little risky because if the landslide's 3 times back to back, it'll probably knock me down before I knock it down. But if it does deviate to do a heal on itself or something else, that's perfect. So it shouldn't be able to finish me off with landslide before I get my hit in. Okay, a little rough, but we're good. Now it's time for us to hit it hard. Sulfurous Touch, that's the one that does a really hard hit and then heals me over time. Okay, so Mr. Pinch is going to have the worst time of this. What I'm going to try to do is, while you're weak, I'm going to try and pop in here, do the swipe. Cool. Mr. Pinches has done their job. And put a debuff on a thing not there. Cool beans. Okay. If we put this up, we can endure 1.5 of those. Give me a little time to escalate my damage. No, I'm wrong. Oh no, that was a different attack. He used an attack that took half his own health. Alright, let's go and use our big hit right in the opener. Oof. I think we're just screwed is what we're happening here. Because that won't finish you off. Emerald Dream is a big heal, but that's in 3 turns. We're gonna go for it. I don't think we're winning this fight. I think what happens is I do this heal here and I get finished off. Yeah. We're not, there's no way we're landing that heal. We also couldn't burn him down in time either. So it's going to take at least 4 hits. Okay, so we just go here. Then everyone gained a level. It does make me wonder, with stuff like this, if you'd want to go and take Great Gooper, I look for that species. Say I'm trying to get this one, like I'm happy with its setup. If it'd be one of those things to keep scanning to see if you get an S rank of this species, or this species that's just what determines its rank. Like, you'd have to look for a different species. Okay, so that's the big one that gives me heal over time. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so the other one gave me a heal over time. This one's actually giving me combat effectiveness. It's unfortunate that he basically knocked me out on the opener. I mean, we got a lot of combat effectiveness going on. I don't think we'll have enough time to monopolize on it, though. Yes, this is probably a done deal because of that. I'd counted on that giving me a heal, because that's the way it worked when I last saw it, but there could be different tiers of it or something. Alright, so drop the Fester. Okay, so we got Fester on there. Fully expect you to get murdered since you're weak to everything in this fight. Yep. But you landed the Fester, and that will do a 1-hit KO when it's done. So I'm gonna penalize your accuracy. Then we're gonna keep like stacking the big heal and just try to endure. Okay, so I've got 2 more hits. So we do this one. That's fine. So I'm going to try to do here, and this is a risky play. We're going big. I'm going to use Bubbling Rage. This makes me weak to damage. It'll make my next hit super hard. So Fester landed. The next one comes up. I'm hoping to one-tap it on the opening. Okay, let me use a buff on yourself. Nope. The plan there had been, if it went for any type of buff for itself, I could probably kill it with that that ability charged up, and then immediately follow the next up with my one-hit KO move. Of course, it didn't go that way. That's fine. But we are continuing to fix this health and all that a little bit. I do appreciate that you can just keep fighting again and again to level up, and you don't have to like go back and find someone else to fight for a while and all that kind of stuff. Let's get the damage over time up, then the shield, then the accuracy penalty. Should have probably gone shield first. Okay. That's fine. So got our penalties up against him. So I'm going to try and go for my big hit. Cool. Let's just go big hit this time. Let's not worry about the damage over time effect again right away. Because I figure if I didn't use it now, I probably wasn't going to get to use it. You suck. That sulfurous touch is nasty. Get the Fester on there. Cool. That means that it's gonna die. Now our only job is to not die first. Luckily, they did 2 misses. Cool, still in it. So we're going to go for the Envenom stacking. I don't think we're going to hold out long enough to actually use it, but this thing's going to die to the Fester, so our straight-up damage isn't worth bothering with. But if we can get this to stack 3 or 4 times, there is a chance the next one we fight, we might be able to open up and just do it in one. By continuing to stack that up as strong as we can. Okay, you're still holding. Not looking good. You dodged, man. Good crab. Put that shield back up. Cool. Alright. We're just going for the Envenom. It's already stacked up a lot. So I think the strategy is just going to be go for the Envenom and hope we can just finish it before it has a chance to do anything. Alright, so you almost knocked yourself out. Okay. Well, Barrage will finish it. Let's just go for it. Because whether or not I want to use 2 of the attacks then, or save the Barrage for the other one, or just go big with the Barrage and then try and do this here. Penalize your accuracy, so we can hopefully get to our next barrage, because I think that's going to be what decides, is if we land our next barrage. That's starting to really scare me. You're going to hit hard, but the question is how hard. It's pretty hard. Finish it. Do it. Oh, come on. Don't tease me like this. Okay, cool. He went greedy. All I have to do is land the hit and we win. Done. Alright, so we did get one of the pellets for upgrading our stuff. We'll start here by upgrading who we can. I'm also noticing it doesn't seem like the leveling is slowing down as we go through all this. Okay, we can go... do that. And I'm just taking the time to quickly pet and feed all my pets to max out all their stats, because it does seem like they get better chance of succeeding on special like extra attack kind of things. So it seems like it's well worth it for me to, you know, pet them, give them food, do all that kind of stuff. Because, like, once in a while they'll be like, okay, they just automatically give themselves a combat effectiveness boost, or a heal over time, or damage over time on the enemy. And they're pretty strong, too. It definitely feels like with that kind of thing, because it's RNG, if that works in multiplayer, that feels like it'd be a kind of a BS mechanic unless it's very predictive. Because then it could just be, like, we have the one that's a 52% damage, or accuracy penalty, that the crab puts on people sometimes. And it feels like in a fight, if that just happens to be on the opening turn, you've kind of set the first phase of the fight. You put your enemy at a disadvantage. That was 100% RNG, which is a very feels bad, man. It's a different RNG versus like the Great Gooper, where he has that one hit, super powerful hit, but its accuracy is like 25% chance of missing. That's kind of a gamble move. So it's like, it's RNG, yes, but it's more calculated risk than just random happenstance. Alright, new system, please. Yeah. It is doing the same thing that this always does, where it's just moving back and forth between two systems. Which is a bummer, because it doesn't give me a reason to like go down to the planets beyond just talking to the person. Like, there's no reason for me to scan the creatures that are already scanned. It's fine. Now, I do think with this content, I could see losing a lot of time playing it. I think for streaming it, we'll probably do a one and done. Like, maybe when if they had an expedition, we'll do the expedition possibly. But, like, so far as me doing this, like, it is effectively watching me just queue up Pokemon battle, queue up Pokemon battle, queue up Pokemon battle. And we could mix it up, but that's, you know, it's the new thing. It's the thing people want to see right now. But it definitely doesn't feel like the kind of thing that would be entertaining to watch past, like, kind of initial intrigue, initial, you know, novelty. I do think it'll be worth playing past then. But I think watching-wise, because you have to, like, fly back and forth between these, and just how long, like, there's a couple seconds it loads each time the enemy goes to attack that has to think about what it's going to do and all that. It definitely feels like one of those things that would get a little tedious after a while. That said, I'm curious what more depth it has. So far, I haven't seen too many exotic moves. Like, it seems like there's, maybe a couple dozen attacks, and then there's, like, each element has its variation of those attacks. But we've also not done it too long yet to see what we're going to get mixed up with. Alright, so you're strong versus toxin. Okay, so again, the crab's going to have a bad time. Minus 100% defensive strength on self. And we missed. It's deeply upsetting. He made it so it'd take like double damage, and we missed our hit. Penalize your stats. It still is a 1 in 5 miss chance, and reducing their effectiveness about 15%. When did they add this? Today. Like double digits hours ago, like 12 hours ago or something. That said, it'll be curious when it comes like chasing down, you know, S rank creatures, how all that works. I'm trying to push to get to level 30 as fast as I can on one to see what the mutation is and what kind of reset it has and all that kind of stuff. Okay, we did hold out for our big hit. Wasn't quite enough to finish the job. That's fine. We should be able to finish this off in one hit. Alright, so unfortunately Mr. Pinchers is at a disadvantage here. Let's go for the swipe. There we go. The reason why Mr. Pinchers is at disadvantage is a lot of them have attacks that are good against... Oh, weird. You didn't choose the one that Mr. Pinchers is weak against. Huh. Alright, I'll put up her shield. I'm gonna go for the Envenom stacking. We're gonna try and stack that up as much as we can so that hopefully we knock this thing out and immediately follow up by just finishing off the next one. They're trying to Envenom back, that's fine. Yeah, and he's not getting stacks while I have my shield up. So it seems like you have to actually land damage for it to count. Hey Corp, how's it going? Alright, so we're up to 3 stacks. I also don't know what the max is. I'm doing pretty good. Things are a little weird over here because I've got in-laws visiting, which is not a big deal, but it is making the schedule a little bit weird. So, like, until the 14th, the schedule's going to be a little kind of all over the place. But otherwise, it's been good. Alright, finish it. Bam. It doesn't mention a max. Okay, so let's check in the levels. And you did not give me the special pellet. Okay. Oh, literally just do it again. Okay. Okay, you're strong against toxic. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. Once we get the agility up there, like right now he's kind of glass cannon with a lot of dodge. We'll go for the next thing there. Okay, so you're going to amplify damage. Let's try and stop that from escalating. So we're going to use the shield, then we're going to penalize accuracy, and then we're going to put our damage over time. So that way we can hopefully keep Relentless from building up. So far we're holding. I'm hoping it won't break my shield. He did. Means he did get another stack. Oh. Oh, it is getting charges still. Well, that's bad. Yeah, let's just go for the iron. Let's just try and push through the damage real fast and kill him before he can stack that damage. We're in bad shape. He's gonna hit me really hard with this next one. Yep. So close to knocking him. Yeah, so we're gonna trade. He's gonna put me down, and I'm gonna put him down. The damage over time is gonna finish him off. Yeah, because I need to hit him. Okay, so this is the one that's an even fight. Oh. Okay. Whatever that was hit hard enough that smashed all the way through my near full shield and then finished me off on top of it. That was an absurd amount of damage. Oh, that was my big hit too. Inject Larvae. Does heavy damage in 3 turns. Yeah, it'll be pretty much an instant KO. We're gonna try to endure it. I don't expect this to work. Because he's got 2 left, so I can't just knock this one out. I don't think I could knock it out anyways if I wanted to rush it. We already missed our good, a really big attack. There's dodge chance. Oh yeah, that's us completely gnarly hosed. And dead. Yeah, it would have one-tapped us, regardless. We doing Pokemon? Absolutely. Hey Ultra, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultra, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Alright, give ourselves a little bit more combat effectiveness and a bit more health. How I do? Pretty good. Getting pretty tired from lack sleep stuff. But also check out Ultra. Was doing some Minecraft recently, but does a lot of like simulation and all that stuff. A lot of similar stuff to what we do over here, so definitely a good time over there. Yeah, like with the in-laws visiting and all that, I'm waking up early and all that kind of stuff. So sleep schedule's a little messed up. But sneaking in a stream here. Probably won't be a stream tomorrow, would be my guess. But we'll have another stream the day after that. So schedule's gonna be chaos until the 14th. When the 14th comes back, we'll think the hits they use really back to back are wild. Well, yeah, that's the one, is they have like that really big hit that hits you for like 1,500 or whatever, but then also hits them for 1,000. It's interesting. I'm sure there's gonna be ways to abuse it. But yeah, no, it's very, very Pokemon-esque. Okay, so Relentless is the one that stacks up, so let's put up our shield to try and prevent that from stacking. So I did get a stack on it. Okay, so I was wrong about preventing the damage causing it to not stack. Can you fight with Sal's monster? If she was able to make it a pet, then yeah. I have no idea. Yeah, no, she made it a pet, so yeah, you could fight with it. As deeply upsetting as that is. Alright, so the idea of trying to weaken it down, we're just gonna have to go for the damage. Try and knock it down before it can finish us off. Okay, so if we do this, that'll be third turn, we do about 1,200. We might be able to finish it off faster this way. But yeah, any of the companions you can get, you can fight. Alright, so we're just kind of not using anything special, we're just seeing who can hammer first. Cool. That worked out. We damage raced it, and we won. Okay, you gave yourself maximum dodge chance. I'm happy to take advantage of that by penalizing your accuracy. So you prevent me from hitting for 1 turn, and I'll make you have a 1 in 5 of missing from now on. Put my damage over time on you. That's fine. I'll do the same. So we're both blocking up the damage, so next attack or two won't get through. Oh, theirs is a percent damage. Mine is a total amount of damage. That's fine. Okay, do we go big? Yeah, let's go big. So we're going to keep charging our combat effectiveness for 3 turns. Third turn, we unleash a really big attack. So we're basically just hoping we can endure until we drop that off. That's perfect. They wasted their dodge chance while I wasn't going to be able to attack in the first place. Which means it's not available for them now, and they didn't do damage when they could have potentially tried to push through. Okay, so they used Inject Larva. That is in 3 turns we get hit like a truck. Okay, they swapped out their people. And we missed our attack, doing good. They simply removed my shield. Okay. Oh, we actually survived the Inject Larva. We're not going to survive the next hit, but I'm surprised it didn't one-tap us. Okay. So next contestant is Mr. Pinchers. Mr. Pinches. Okay, put up our shield. And we're going to start Venom stacking, because that makes it every hit does more damage. Gonna try and ramp that up. That's perfect. Absolutely waste your time on that. Okay. Still holding. Double up our shield. Because we know the stacks up at least 5 times. It's just I can't go more than... Oh, I forgot you had your cleanse, you jerk. That's gonna hurt us. So hopefully you use your shield this turn. The heal's even better, thanks. Because you just gave me a free KO. I mean, I guess I could miss it. Alright, if he doesn't knock us out, we knock him out instantly. He went for a turn that doesn't even hurt us for 3 turns. So rip you. Alright. So now we gotta level them up. Okay, so Mr. Pinches is now maxed out on agility and combat effectiveness. And Knuckleburb is coming along. Oh, I could have put 1 more point in combat. It's fine. Did we get any fancy food? We did not. And we've run again where the only person to fight is right next to us. That's fine. I'm down to keep fighting the same person to get her stuff. So shield up. Okay. You suck. All the things with cleanse. It's such... Cleanse is such a powerful move. Luckily it looks like it's got a 3 or 4 turn cooldown or something like that, but still. Let's penalize their accuracy and effectiveness. So we've got kind of our pattern, which is basically set up defense, penalize them, and then try and burn them down. The how we burn them down. Alright, so we switched our type to Toxic, making us weak to their attacks. We're just going to go for straight up damage and not try and go for any fancy tricks on this one. Because I figure I'm going to potentially have to switch to... Yeah, switch to put her shield back on. Yeah, now I will say one negative about this update is because there's not enough enemies for you to fight. We've had some system where it'll bounce us between 2 or 3 different enemies to fight, and then some systems that literally we just keep fighting the same guy 3 times in a row before it sends us on to the next target. But I do appreciate the fact that we can just keep fighting the same person to level up. Like, even if we lose the fight, we still gain XP. So it's not one of those things I have to, like, constantly seek out new enemies just to be able to work on XP. You wonder the system that affect the creatures? I think so. They did allude to the fact that weather would matter. Oh, are you kidding me? I figured we had it, so I just did the shot. That's fine. Just a little salty. You might be trading here. Did you stop missing? So you switched. My shield's not ready yet. What? Convert next? Okay. In that case, we're gonna penalize you. Okay, so we knocked out their other one, because unlike Pokemon, the damage keeps ticking on ones that they retreat. Which I actually kind of like that, because it's... I love doing, like, debuff DOT kind of builds in these kind of games. And some of the Pokemon games in the past, because you could swap to just wipe out your debuffs, you had debuffs that you would stack to make them strong, and the moment they got more than a little bit, you just swap to cancel them out. And it was always very annoying when you could just do that, because it would effectively break a lot of those builds. Okay, so they broke their shield. Do I think my shield's gonna hold for 3 turns? There's no way, right? We're gonna be greedy. We're gonna try and see if we can't get the shield to hold for 3 turns, because there's a good chance one of these turns they'll use their shield. I might be able to tank 1 hit on our shield before it breaks. It depends on how hard it is. Okay. The shield's still there. Got 42 health on it. Oh, well, never mind. I didn't see that we still got the debuff anyways, even though we blocked it. Alright, he's using Containment Breach. We're going to try and put our tank up for it, because I'm not going to be able to finish him before it lands. So the hope here is that the shield can take the hit. It did. Barely. Finish him. Cool. Alright, so you're going to probably murder the hell out of the crab, because I think the crab's weak to you. Yep. Alright, now we get to use our maybe 1-hit KO. So this thing hits hard enough to 1-hit KO most of the time, but has a 1 in 4 chance of missing. So you know. It's the Gamba shot. One trick pony character right there. It also has like a 4-turn cooldown, so I get 1 shot to land it. Okay, we didn't get fancy food, but we got the next champion thing. I should probably look to see with the champion, because we haven't checked our faction status. Because we keep doing these fights, and they're definitely leveling up. It's fine. What's a little bouncing off things? Let's just check that real fast. We check on our guide stuff. So that's Gek. What we're looking for is the Arena League. Alright, so we're still working on our victories against champions. Companions fully trained, eggs hatch. Victories against Oceanus. Honestly, it seems like it'll be a lot of, you know, quote-unquote Pokemon battles to max this out. This definitely feels like one of those things that's gonna be a proper grind time-wise. Now, granted, because it's an overall faction, though, it's one of those things you could be playing the game, doing other things, and be like, oh, well, there's a, you know, there's a fight here, we can just do that fight real quick. Like, I wonder if you just go to random station to station kind of thing, if you could just fight the people in the station without the invitation, but they count as lower and all that. I don't think so. It feels like one of those things where you gotta grab them. But it does feel like you're gonna have to do a very, very large number of these Pokemon battle kind of things. I'm curious how many people actually take it that far. I could definitely see people going for it. I don't think it'll be that many people, though. Because so far it feels like we've kind of already seen the entire moveset. But that could be that we're not high enough level, and that there might be entirely other sets of moves that we're looking for. Because when people mention that there's hundreds of moves, for a game of like this style of thing, is actually not a lot. Especially when you consider all the damage types. And they'll basically duplicate the moves. Okay, so you're strong against Toxic. Okay. The lineup's in a pretty decent order. Okay, so you can do a large heal in 3 turns, that's fine. We'll put up her shield. Okay. I'm going to penalize your accuracy and power. Gotcha, so flurries of damage over time. It's the equivalent of my, Boulder is going to be a really hard hit. Boulder's probably going to kill us. Let's try and kill him before he kills us. And we, of course, missed. With our damage over time. Okay, so you just broke my shield, so we endure the entire boulder. So we can do what damage we can. Oh my god, please stop missing. There's not even a penalty on you that's making it so we're missing. We're just missing on our own right. All crustacean S rank? No. My, like my crab is only an A rank, for example. There's the boulder. That's not a good start. Okay, there's the big heal again. So put up our shield, then we're gonna try to Envenom stack. Yes, like I'm an A rank. So the idea here is we just keep hitting with Envenom each time it does like 1.5 the previous one's damage, or so. Oh, you missed your boulder, thankfully. If we can get that stacked, we can do some serious... Ah, you switched it. Switched people. I can get behind that. They cleansed my shield. That's fine. I'll put a new one up. Okay. Yeah, but now Venom's reached the point, if I land hits, we just KO things. So you've switched my type to tropical, do more damage to me. That's fine, because you're dead. We're up to 1900 per turn with that attack. You missed again. Finish it. 1900. It just knocked itself out to boost the defense of all. Oh no, there was one more. Does that boost your defensive strength? So let's go ahead and boost our defensive, like our defense for this turn, because it's for. Oh, it's for 6 turns. That sucks. Here's what it is. Interesting. Mentions it was blocked. Okay, that's max dodge chance. Well, everything here is going to be a trying to hit stuff, so let's just do that anyways. Okay, that's fine. So put up her shield again. They're trying to ride out this defense thing. And that's by 100%, not to 100%. So it should just be double its normal defense. I mean, I'm stacking that. The moment this drops off, we are going to one-hit this thing. Heavy damage in 3 turns. How heavy are we talking? 2,000. More than my entire life pool. Okay. As long as I get a hit, we're gonna finish this. 3,400 health. Because we were about to get knocked ourselves. Okay. So I can go here. Mr. Pinch, get some health. Knuckle Burb, get some agility. Give it pets, give it pellets, give it the evolution pellet thing. Alright, so you're getting properly strong. Okay. So let's just get to our ship real fast, hop in and hop out of the seat. Because, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I do have my in-laws hanging out. So I got an early morning to start tomorrow, and I got an early morning this past day and all that. So we're not going to go as late as we normally do. But this has been a lot of fun to check this all out. I do think this is pretty good, but it does feel like from the streaming side of point, with the new Pokemon mechanic, there's not a lot of meat on that bone for varied content. Because it seems like we've already kind of seen the movesets. The only thing I'm really curious about, and I was hoping to reach it, that it didn't end up happening, unfortunately, is there's the whole thing here where we can go to, like, for example, their moves. We could choose mutate ability, but it can only do when we reach maximum genetic potential, which I'm assuming is when this hits 30 and all that stuff. Further edits can be made to change creatures' available moves. So I think the idea would be is when this maxes out, you'd have all of your base stats maxed out, and that we would have the ability, say like this Limb Breaker, we're like, you know what, I don't really care for Limb Breaker. My assumption would be here, when we've hit level 30 here, I could go to Limb Breaker and be like, get rid of that, and I would get to choose, it either randomly assign a different toxic move or whatever, or I'd get to choose from a set. I don't know exactly how that works, because unfortunately we didn't get there, but that looks like the idea. Now, I'm also curious if you can take an existing pet and continue to train and work on it to get it up to S rank, or if they're like, this is a rank pet. It will forever be an A rank pet, so you need to go out and seek an S rank pet. It also is interesting that these, you know, these were what they were at the beginning, S, A, and B. It does mean, do you have to go out of your way to get, like, all of these to S rank, like your best pets? Or again, will there be a way you can approach it to do all that? There's also the traits here, and for example, by having Ferocious, every once in a while, our crab would have an additional move it would do for free by itself, where it would blind the enemy by 51%. So there's some cool stuff in there. But unfortunately, it is a lot of just doing the turn-based thing again and again and again with the same moveset again and again. That I'm curious how it'll hold up. I do think there will be people who are going to go really hard on the collecting and enjoying that, and it'll be perfectly for them. I do think there's going to be a lot of people that they're going to play it a little bit here and there and be happy, and there's going to be people who do it, you know, they might level up a pet and go, you know what, never mind. With all that said, what is going to happen if you're over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending abruptly, so thank you so much for tuning in. I do appreciate it. For everyone over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed the content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. And again, check out Ultrasource, absolutely fantastic. But I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending streams.